Good evening, Lars Utility and Joe Jose. Brother, I did not know that was you. I did not recognize this avatar or the screen name. I don't know if you created a new page or they got rid of the old one, but glad to see you're back either way. Hello, Black American homeland. I'm just going through the jumbo. Well, I'm calling it the blackboard. I'm going through the blackboard so I can post some stuff up in the blackboard from here on out. Um, yeah, just some. There's been a lot of activity this week here. Of course, every week. Okay, here we go. Let's get Black American Homeland up here. How's your week been? Okay. There you go. Yeah, how's your week been, Mr. Black American Homeland?
Okay, man. Just okay. I had a little run in with you was on that space where I had a little disagreement with you know who. So yeah.
Yeah, so in that space, I was in there. I pop in and out every once in a while, and because I was in a space before that, and then they ended it, because they saw that this one was going on. But the thing about it is, the woman, I had a much bigger issue with the woman because that just blurted out, whatever she blurted out. The reality of it is that it's called exile. And a lot of our black leaders in the 70s, especially, ended up being exiled from the United States. Assad Shakur in Cuba comes to mind, but there's probably a dozen others around the world who simply escaped the U.S. and some did it by hijacking planes to get out of this country. To be perfectly honest, but I just thought that was a real unfortunate comment. That's why I wanted to know who said it, just so I can keep an eye on that person's particularly because I never judge an individual decision and someone who's making the best choice for their family. I support individual decisions. I don't like when people or they have this pan Africanistic view, and I'm seeing this a lot more on my timeline where people are talking about moving millions of Black Americans to Africa, and a lot of people are focusing on Liberia as a place that millions of us should return to or go to or whatever. And that's the part where I kind of lose touch with that because as an individual, you can make individual decisions for you and your family. That's certainly fine, but you got to understand the ramifications of moving millions of Black people to any area is going to be met with conflict. It's going to be met, with envy, jealousy, conflict. That's happened every time that we've moved somewhere like that in large numbers. So it's certainly not going to be different. If anything, it's going to be a higher sense of conflict. I've got people who we follow each other, we support each other, who are on the ground in different African countries, and they got some land and they're trying to bring people over. I repost their information, try to stay in touch with them, but I just don't get why that person, that woman, brought that up, and it seemed dismissive to me, and it was unfortunate.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, living in another country is definitely a individual type of decision. Uh, trying to get 1 million Black American to immigrate to another country. I mean, I mean, that can cause a war, because look, when Black Americans go to a country, let's say Angola, any country, Liberia, Nigeria, you know, Black Americans, they have certain standards that they got used to living in the United States, and they're going to try to implement that standard in that new country, and then you're going to have a lot of disagreements with the native population. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a culture clash, no matter what, and we tend to want to, assert ourselves. That's our natural, default mechanism, and so we already know how some of them, they come over here and they already got negative opinions, and they sort of look down at us over here when they get over here. So if you look at South Africa, even there, I've come across some posts where they're saying the people, they're not dependent on the government anymore. They're just trying to get rid of all these different, all these different groups that come in there from all those different countries north of them. The people are just fed up with it. So you can imagine the same thing would happen. Absolutely. I don't see why we would think it would be anything different, but
Hey, do you know why all of Africa are, well, not all, but people from almost all the African country, they are migrating to South Africa. You know the reason why?
no, what's the reason?
South Africa has the best infrastructure in all of Africa. They have the best economy. They have their rule of law is pretty westernized. They got westernized type of laws. Institutions are really good. They have running water in most of the country. They have great infrastructure like electricity. Um, they got a great court system. Their banking system is the best in all of Africa. They got roads, highways going throughout the country. They got tourism throughout the country. I mean, South Africa is the by far the best country in Africa. The only problem with South Africa is that it's very, very dangerous. The crime rate, the murder rate is very. I think let's see, South Africa has 60 million people, and they had 35,000 murders. So yeah, and that's compared to say Black Americans. We got 50 million people, and we had 10,000 murders in the Black community. So yeah.
Yeah, 35,000. That's man, that's crazy. That's like what, 100 a day, roughly, something like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And look, Mexico had more, even though they got 126,000. I'm sorry, 126 million people. Mexico had over 40,000 murders.
Yeah, Mexico, man, and oh god, they there was a fugitive who escaped the bus. I don't know if they must have been transporting this guy. He escapes, and he was a cartel hitman.
Oh yeah, I
according
heard
to
about that guy. Yeah.
yeah, so he ended up. I don't know. I guess he needed a vehicle, and he ended up killing his family. I think it was a grandfather and like four of his sons or grandsons or something crazy like that. But that's so insane because their culture is, it's wrapped up in the drug trade, but it's very savage. It's militaristic. They don't value life the same way that we do at all, and they are approaching on being in a position to where they're going to control an entire region of this country. And for the Black Americans that live in those places, it's only going to just keep getting worse and worse and worse, because as they get power over everything, you got to assume that they're going to oppress the Black population, and you already see that. The gangs within LA, the police departments, that is even recent. Some of the stuff was old, but like it's some recent news about that. So that they're targeting Black people specifically out there. So that's something that we got to keep in mind. All that Black and brown coalition that the Democrats talk about is just absolute garbage, and we got to be aware of it.
That's true. Hey, you're talking about that. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say something about gangs. Gangs of LA. I don't know where gangs started. Is either New York, Chicago, or LA, but I think that's attributed to immigration in the United States. Black Americans, not only did we have to go against the established power, but we have to go against newcomers coming into the country, competing with us. So we had to compete on both ends. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so I look at gangs as tribes, and the way that I look at them, it's a different term, but I believe they operate essentially the same. But the Blood Gang was started in Chicago, I do believe, and the Crip Gang was started in LA. And I think they both came out of some sort of Black empowerment, Black nationalism, the desire to protect the neighborhood, the community. And then they evolved into, they had to produce income, which I think the same thing occurred with the Black Panther Party, where Huey Newton, at some point started realizing that these drug dealers, quote unquote, are not only poison the community, but they're a source of income. And from what I understand, they started leaning on and basically extorting the local drug dealers, whatever the case may be. And then, who knows after that? There's a lot of allegations out there, but I believe that was these two national gangs that are associated with the black community, but there's so many other Latin-based gangs and all of that. And at this point, a lot of the Latin gangs are international, whereas when it comes to Black American quote unquote gangs, they're more regional or local. They really don't have those international connections. And then you got the Japanese gangs, you got the Chinese gangs, you got the Russian gangs. Oftentimes they're called mafia, but quote unquote, it's still like gang mentality, gang activity. They have different rules, different levels of organization, but at the end of the day, they're all just gangs in some way, shape, or form.
But what makes it different with those international gang, they have international connections, so they can get people in and out of a country, out of the United States, very quickly. While but the Black gang, they don't have any type of structure like that, international structure. So they can never get a leader or a person that has done major whatever out of the country. So yeah.
Yeah, you're right. They just released a Russian, some Russian whatever. He was arrested for drug trafficking, but that was one of the trades they made when they released that American, I think he was like an ex-military, quote unquote, out of Russia recently. They swapped, this Russian mafia member for one of their soldiers or whatever the case may be. So yeah, absolutely, that happens all the time. When you got a country and a nation behind you, it makes it, a little more. There's diplomacy that's involved. It's much more political for situations like that. Yeah, yeah. So I was going to say, like, on back to that space and that lady who's like, oh, well, doesn't even live in a country. The reality of the world, it's a global economy. It's a global. We live on a planet, right? So we need to have people who can navigate all around the globe, especially as we push to have Black majority states. Hey, I want to welcome William P. He's a political guy. William Parker. He's running for different offices, and I invite him to come in. So I want to say hello to him. Lock got his account snatched, but he's back. And then we got Mr. Diamond Mundy up in here too. So yeah, but we need people on a global level that can navigate and build trade with different areas. So it's not like we want to be isolated as a Black majority state and then only work within the United States, because then that means we're only working with the enemy that we're trying to gain some level of freedom from. So you gotta have some global minded individuals within the team, no matter what. So again, I just thought that was very rude, and I just didn't appreciate that comment. But okay, Mr. Lulock, you're up.
Thank you, Black Majority. It's been a long time since I talked to you. I know the first time I had the opportunity to talk to you, it's been a while. I was the guy that was probably asking so many questions, and when I did hosting my first space, you actually was one of my guests, so it was a pretty good run that night.
That's Thursday.
Yes, it's Thursday. I went back into my original name, which is this. Apparently, so much stuff has been happening in our society right now. They just snatched my page away, so decided to go back onto this because they took it away. So I don't have that page no more. I've been banned on Twitter probably for life. I don't know. I went at the Wall Street Journal. Didn't go well. So that's that. But I'm just falling back in here, getting reacclimated with everybody, seeing what I have been missed out on. I have missed out on a lot of things out here in these church streets. So everybody, please inform me as much as possible.
Yeah. Wow. In the spaces, I'm in and out of different spaces. For the most part, they're all positive, productive. There's nothing that stands out to me in terms of, anything. Well, there's this California reparations, and they're on part 2. I think they issued like a 600-page document. And so the Freedmen Party, if you're friends with them, if you're connected to them, they've been holding spaces about that. I know they had a really good one yesterday, but I couldn't make it to that one. And then it's the push. We got it in the Blackboard, which is my term for the Jumbotron, because I think we got to keep everything Black centric up in here. But up on the Blackboard, we got Marcel up there. So this is the final push for him. From what I understand, early voting goes until the 10th of this month. So that's like 6 days. And then the actual vote is on the 14th. So he's got some NBA commercials in his district for the finals. So that's actually a big deal because, you'd assume there's a lot of eyes watching a game like that. People who may have not intended to vote, hopefully will get a chance to see him. But yeah, outside of those two things, it's just been a lot of news stories. There was a gentleman, unfortunately, that was murdered by the police. And from what they're saying, in less time than Tamir Rice, the officer on the scene basically popped up and just started shooting. Jalen Randall is his name. That's up on the blackboard. So, okay, go ahead, Lou Lock.
Yes, I didn't know about Jalen, so I got to go pick up on that. I was on YouTube probably like two days ago, maybe 3 days ago, and it was this new guy from California who said he is a reparationist. I'm not really quite sure what was his angle. I was doing some research on him. Some of it looks kind of, I don't know yet. I haven't drawn a real conclusion about the individual yet, so I can't just, you know, I can't say anything about him yet. And man, there's a lot going on out here. I've been.
You talking about the Dion Jenkins guy?
Yes, that's correct. I have been keeping up with everything. All my information from what's going on since I haven't been on Twitter. I've been on YouTube because I figure like if I was on Twitter, I was trying to get linked in with a lot of people that I used to, but I don't know. There's a lot of fractions going on with individuals and this. I don't know, this tribal mindset thing right now. I just wasn't interested in. So you know.
Yeah, Dion. Let me talk about that black guy. So yeah, he was in a space, and again, it was I guess in the space he called out Marcel. Marcel ended up coming up into the space, and then a couple of hundred people, I believe, were in that space. But he had his fundamental stance was he wanted to take all of the civil rights that the LGBT community gained and redistribute them to Black Americans. That was his overarching issue. But in highlighting that issue, he started attacking Marcel as being a part of that community, and then that's where everything sort of went left. Now, that space lasted for hours. There was a second space after that where people really were railing against this guy. He showed up to that space. He really took a browbeating in that space, and by the end, it seemed like he had saw the light. He kind of had a come to Jesus moment, whatever, and seemed to be, apologetic. But then the very next morning, he was back in the space doing the same exact thing and actually seemed to be a little bit more stubborn about it. And so I think his credibility kind of fell really, really, really quickly because he lives in California, but he had no awareness of the California reparations and didn't show up to any of the meetings. Really seemed like he just was really not aware. And this is from someone who had ran for president a few years ago and is now running for Senate out there. So the people who are in California were saying, they don't know him. They have no awareness of him. And so on a political level, he just didn't have any traction at all. So seemed like a bizarre dude, as far as I can tell, just on a first impression. You know what I mean?
Understandable. So, I guess my perception wasn't wrong because when I look at the individual, I'm just looking at him visually and how he, handled himself and the questions that was given to him and his response. And then I look at some of the previous things about him. I'm like, you're a rapper too, so you're an entertainer. Great. And then I'm looking more into the individual. Then I started to question, people who allow him to even be on a platform. Like I said, did they do this because it's out of love? Because what I'm saying, he is, of blackness, or maybe because he has, good intentions. I questionize everything before I kind of come up with something solid to say this is the box I'm gonna stick you in. So thanks, Black Majority, for filling me in on that.
Yeah, I think why he was getting a platform is because he was touting himself as a reparationist candidate, and that a lot of people are using that buzzword to try to get some notoriety, try to get some buzz, and people were really coming at him hard for that because, again, like I said, he's in California, and that's the center of the reparations movement. They're very active out there, and he just was oblivious to it. And so that part is mainly the reason why he really came off suspicious. You know, because he just wasn't connected to it at all. So
I
Hey,
kind of
to me,
wonder.
go ahead.
I kind of wonder was I kind of wonder was he kind of being highlighted at this moment because him and Marcel probably got different type of approaches towards like this community right now, because I understand where Marcel is coming from. Because if he wanted to run on that community, he would have had open arms and a green arrow all the way down the lane. That would have been no problem for him. But he did the complete opposite. That's one thing that we all honor him for, because he doesn't. I have never seen Marcel. Look at his gender as is his power statement. He looked at his cultural first, as his power statement. But as far as the Dion, I have seen some couple of things that he has said, and it seems as if he's that one fraction that wants to, just have an issue about some individuals within that community, even though those people that are, that's their sexuality, but they don't run by that community. And I think maybe that's his fraction that is a big issue, because other individuals may feel the same way, and that may be someone that they can galvanize behind.
See, that's the thing. Look, I believe that a lot of conservative black people and your nationalists, your black nationalist type people, they might have the same sentiment as Dion. So I think those the type of people that Dion is going after is your black nationalist, your black conservative, your people that believe in your family, black two-parent black families and things like that. Yeah. Oh, how you doing? Marriage in the house. Yeah.
yes, sir, yes, sir. Married Black Parents is in the building. Um, so yeah, we've read through a couple of pages of the Black State of America book. We're kind of on part 3 of just our spaces, but we're really not even through half of the first chapter. So I just wanted to start this space off a little different. Let's catch up on what's going on this week, and then kind of get into the book a little bit later today. But so Chris Evans, man, I want to shout out this guy. He actually is an LGBT guy. He's got a pretty big platform on here, and we've gone back and forth in the past about something one specific issue or another. I think it might have been abortion or whatever the case, but he had a space a couple weeks ago, huge space, a couple of hundred people, if not like 500 people in there, gave everybody a chance to speak. So I really, I want to show courtesy where courtesies due. But he posted something about, and this is the gun issue, but I'm going to leave the gun issue to the side and really talk about this study where they had white and female teachers who were giving a paper from a second grade student, and they intentionally made the paper exactly the same except for the first name was different. They used the names Deshaun, which is an ethnic Black American name, and then they used the name Connor, which is a white name for the most part. And that's how these teachers related to the name. If you look at the picture, the the paper is exactly the same, both sides, left and right, except for the name is different. And these teachers graded the white paper, the same identical paper, at a much higher rate, and at the same time downgraded the paper of the black student. So this bias, this inherent bias, is deeply rooted in our educational system. This is at a second grade level. Just imagine how this bias gets applied as you move up the grade levels in the society. And then on the flip side, they also showed how, and I want to make sure that it was black teachers specifically. Well, of course, they use that teachers of color, unfortunately, but they showed how non-white teachers graded the papers identical as just you know, basically as a fairness, an inherent fairness inside of non-white teachers. So that is man, when I'm reading that and I'm looking at that, I'm just thinking, holy crap, man, this is so crazy. We talk about it. You have those some first person accounts of it, and then when you see it perform in real time in a study like that, it's kind of shocking. Yeah, it just shows how important our conversations are, and everything we're saying is can be proven with some data. It's kind of like we've been around these people long enough to know them. We can kind of make very educated guesses about their behavior and see it played out in real time. There's another example I want to show, because this one I just posted this too. I'm gonna put it up here. This was so bizarre to me. Like, yeah, this is okay. Here it goes. So this lady was the former prosecutor in Uvalde, where that school situation occurred, and this is so insane to me. So she's a prosecutor in this city, and she's saying, based on her interaction with the police department, you'll never know the truth about what went down in that school until every inch of videotape is released to the press. So here's a former prosecutor, white female, who was a prosecutor, who took an oath to uphold the law, who was saying that the police department is so dirty and corrupt that if it's not on camera, you'll never actually know what occurred. And her job was to not only work with these people, but to be perfectly honest, she's working for the people, not just the police department. Her actual job was to protect the people from these police while she had the job. And this level of just absolute cognitive dissonance, and the fact that she is really, in my opinion, she's incriminating herself. She's expressing how complicit she was in the system when she was earning a paycheck from the system. But it all comes down to her white privilege. Like, she had so much privilege that she could sit there and watch this very corrupt police department do absolutely nothing about it. So I don't know, George, just like to sit there and be a part of it. And then after some tragedy happens, come out and try to make herself look like she's some type of authority on that police department. And this is to me a microcosm of how white society operates. We say often they stay on code, this makes me question whether or not they are willingly aware that they're on code, or that they're so self-preservationistic that they simply ignore situations unless black people are involved. So we could always surmise, if this was a black police department and she knew whatever level of corruption existed, she would have did something about it. Versus this situation where it's like white Hispanics, and she feels some sort of connection to that, and so therefore she's projecting herself into their, their evil, and in some way, whether intentionally or not, just ignoring it. I gotta think there's some psychological, they call it bias, whatever the case, but I gotta think there's a psychological component to the way these people operate and in society, because you always see these so-called whistleblowers. They come out years later, they write books, they give you all these freaking details about everything that was going on, but they had the authority to stop it at the time, and they did absolutely nothing all the time. Yeah, I just think that's how they operate. I just think they're so self-preservationistic, and they don't see us as a part of them at all, and that's why they turn all their anger and attacks and vitriol towards us, and then everybody else, they pretty much ignore it because they see themselves in whatever the case, whatever it is. It's like in my local area, there was a story of a police were called to a park in the middle of the night, a big park. This is one of those huge outdoor parks, and they heard a woman screaming. They come up to a man, it's a white guy. They said he got some crap on his face. I don't know what that was about, but he's got a knife in his hand. He comes running after them with a knife in his hand. They arrest him. There's a scuffle or whatever. They end up arresting this guy. His mugshot, he's got his whole face is covered in scratches and scars or whatever the case may be. But they arrested him without killing this guy with a knife in his hand. And then they said, even during that scuffle, they heard a woman yelling, but they never found the woman, because this is pitch black in the middle of the woods. Basically, is how this park is. And it's just like, in my mind, I'm thinking, same scenario, black guy in the middle of the woods with a knife and some woman screaming. There's no way he comes out of that situation alive, or without at least a couple of bullet wounds from these people. So this is like the racism, we call it systemic racism. I think it's in there. I think it's embedded in their mind, in their psychology, in the way that they think. I don't think that this is something that they can separate themselves from. I think it's so inherent and it's so ingrained in who they are that we if we had some professional psychologists, psychiatrists who could really study, maybe do brain scans, to really understand what's going on. I just think this shit is DNA. I just don't think it's something that can be separated out of these people. The very few who are capable of it, I think, are the exception, and I think the majority of them have this bias inherent in who they are. And that's why you have a situation like Mr. Jalen Randall. I didn't watch the video. I just can't watch these videos anymore. But they're saying they showed up on the scene. They ended up murdering him in seconds. And then they, like they always do, is they roll the person over after they've mortally wounded them and handcuff the person. Don't render aid or anything. Yeah, it's just fucking sad, man. It's depressing. It's very depressing. So let me do something, because I think that was a Texas story. I'm not 100% sure. Let me see if it says here. Yeah.
Hey, Gray.
Yep.
One thing I want to talk about is look, when I came on the on that space, and they were talking about illegal immigration, and I, I've my thing is I'm trying to figure out what is the solution. A state, what powers does the state has that it can counter illegal immigration uh, in their state? And it seemed like what most people are saying is that the state cannot do anything against illegal immigration. I don't think that's true. But it has to be some type of laws that a state can pass that can go around federal laws to protect itself from illegal immigration. It has to be some way.
Well, there's two things. Interesting enough, in that space, the one woman was saying how the Texas governor loaded up 900 illegals and dropped them off in D.C. and now they're at all the Home Depots or whatever looking for work. So on one hand, you have someone who's telling you exactly what the governor can do and actually did. I think Florida Governor DeSantis was planning to do the same thing. So you have a real life, real time, actual situation that actually shows that they can get rid of these people, at least out of their state. And then you have people arguing that no, only the federal government can do anything. That's one thing. That's interesting. But it boils down to you have to the state, and this is something that I wanted to mention. I didn't put my hand up to speak, but the state has a governor, has an attorney general. You have your state legislators, but you also have your senators and your U.S. representatives. So it's not just the state. You actually have a team, which we don't have. We don't operate like that. White states do operate like that. They work as a team. They work together to bring about legislation, to bring about lawsuits. And so ultimately it would boil down to a state suing the federal government in court, in the Supreme Court, ultimately, because on your state level, you're probably going to win, and that's going to kick it up to the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court would have to ultimately decide if a state has the ability to protect itself from this invasion of non-citizens. And there's E-Verify. There are you could refuse to issue driver's licenses, refuse to issue anything that would allow them to participate in your society at the state, local, county level.
And I'm in here. What's up, y'all? How you doing?
Yep.
What's up, Mary?
It would. So I think the easiest thing for a state to do is to figure out whether any of the whether any of the businesses that are operating inside its bounds are employing illegal immigrants, and then if they are, if that business is registered in the state, then they just shut all of the businesses or instances of the businesses down. So, if you got a Target that has 40 illegal immigrants, that you just say, hey, Target is not allowed to do business here. I mean, sure, that might go across interstate commerce, so that might be a federal thing or whatever. But there's definitely something you can always go in, and one of the biggest things that I personally think is drastically under communicated is the amount of wage theft that goes on in the country. So you can just sit there and just send all your wage theft people to all of the businesses that employ illegal immigrants, and you say not hiring legal immigrants is wage theft. And if it was up to me, which it isn't, anybody that signs a check that is then found to be I don't know the word, but it's found to have the effects of wage theft, that person should go to jail. Right? So, like, if a company is stealing money by overtime violations, by, getting people off, to work off the clock, etc., whoever signs that check, they're financially responsible for the business of the business. So they're literally endorsing fraud. So that person needs to go to jail. So if somebody in a company is employing illegal immigrants, that person needs to get locked up in state court, because that's literally against the law. So it's easy to like, what you don't want to do is get into a situation where you're locking up crack dealers, right? Like, if you lock up a crack dealer, another one's coming. You lock up somebody that's selling weed, another one's coming. What you want to do is lock up the people that are supplying them, right? Like, one of the biggest things that when I was a kid, I was like, well, like, I see all these crack vials, I'm in neighborhood school, in the schoolyard. And I'm like, well, why don't they just, like, arrest all of the people that are making the crack vials and sell it? Like, figure out who they're selling it to, arrest them. But, like, the purpose of the laws were to penalize the individual and not disrupt the system, right? Like, so you can arrest all of the illegal people, but then leave all of the business structures that's just going to hire the next illegal. So what you have to do is you have to hire, or you have to impose justice upon the systemic thing, which is the business, not the individual. So if you can go around and chase individual illegal people, but that's not going to net you anything. But if you find a business that employs 34 illegal people, and you just say, yeah, like, you're not allowed to operate, and everybody that's on your board and on the C-level suite, you're not allowed to be able to do any type of business in the state anymore, that's a whole different thing, right? Like, fighting a war against the grunts is dumb. Fighting a war against the generals is smart. So if you're going to worry about that, you got to worry about the people higher in the chain and attack them. So that's, just what I wanted to say.
Yeah, so I like what you're saying, and here's something that I would do is I would implement a $15,000 fine for every instance that a non-citizen was employed by a business. And
listen, listen, that's cool. Jail time, like, listen.
Well,
jail, like, no, because because what happens is some companies, they're going to be able to take that 15,000, some aren't. But what happens is, like, that's cool, but that's a company based thing, right? Like, because what happens is white people have created two separate systems. You are allowed, like, literally there is 2 to 3 times as much wage theft going on as larceny, robbery, and grand theft auto combined. So what happens is white people get away with these white collar crimes and nobody goes to jail. Everybody else gets put into this system and everybody goes to jail. If you really want to disrupt things, you got to make sure that white collar crimes are punishable by jail. Not like a slap on the wrist, not a business injunction. You are going to jail. That's the only way they're going to get it, because what happens is they can print money to pay your fine. They got hundreds of millions of dollars, and somebody's going to donate, and they're going to have a fundraising campaign on whatever, and they're going to pay the fine, and that's fine. But then the system's going to keep going. What you have to do is you got to take the player out of the game. You got to impose a literal penalty for time, because they're just going to find a way to make it a little less profitable. But when people start getting locked up, that's a message.
Yeah, no, I agree. But here's why I say the fines, or this is the first step to what we're talking about, and here's the reason why. So if you had a $15,000 a day penalty for anyone who hired non-citizens, you're saying white collar crime, that depends on, and you mentioned a check, that depends on a paper trail. A lot of these non-citizen businesses hire people under the table, so there is no paper trail. And so if you can institute a fine because a police officer witnesses, an investigator witnesses a person working on a project, a site, whatever the case may be, they know there's no paper trail. However, you witnessed this person is actually working for a company contracting. And so you can institute a fine against whoever the main contractor is. And then ultimately, because if you're doing $15,000 a day, they got 10 employees, that's $150,000 a day. Most of those landscaping companies, roofing companies, even the restaurants that they own, they're family businesses. They're very, very small. They cannot afford $150,000 a day. So you're going to have the same effect, but it gives the police, the state, more tools versus, if we're going after Target or someone else like that, who like you said, has deeper pockets. So I think both together get you the coverage that you would want and need.
Agreed on all points. You said 15,000. I didn't know that you meant a day. I'm a big fan of that. That's great.
Absolutely, a day. Yeah, that's how I think that's how they've done abortion. I think that's how, and the Supreme Court has upheld some of those where I think it might have been 10,000 a day or whatever the case may be, but the Supreme Court seems to be upholding that. So you kind of want to mirror any legislation around laws that have upheld to Supreme Court scrutiny.
You smart.
Yeah.
Hey,
Copy and paste.
You know what? I heard of courts telling criminals, do not come into our county anymore, or don't come into our town, or don't come into our city. If you come to our city, we're gonna arrest you, put you in jail for life or whatever like that. You know.
Yeah. I mean, like, that my grandmother got kicked out of Mississippi because the white people told her dad, if I see you, after a month, we gonna kill you. So she moved to DC, right? Well, her parents moved to DC. So I dig what you're saying, but I don't think that is, I don't think that's widespread and common practice nowadays. Like the game has shifted. So finding that type of thing, I think, is a lot more difficult than sundown towns where even the police are doing extra legal shit. Like now the police are doing just regular, immoral, quote unquote legal shit. But so like that's it.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I heard this actually in courts. Like courts, the judge is telling a criminal, if you break another law, or if I see you in our city, our town, our county, we're gonna lock you up forever. I heard things like that before.
Yeah, well, since we're gonna eventually control the state courts, we can figure it out whether that's a thing, and either stop it or start it.
Yeah, I'm going to go on. I think it's a threat, but I don't know how much teeth is behind the threat. I've heard it too. I've actually, the way I want to deal with any type of gang activity, drug dealing, is for officers to issue a similar threat. The question will be, we have constitutional rights, so you can't just arrest somebody because they're there, quote unquote. But you can put the threat out there. Hopefully, that would be enough to convince people to go on their merry way. But yeah, how enforceable that is, and if a constitutional attorney got involved in it, you might have some issues with that. So in Texas, there's a good story. That shooting actually was in Houston, Texas, unfortunately, but This is a black man who opened up the first ever grocery store, and it's called District Market Green Grocer. In the state of Texas. That's so that want to highlight that it's in Houston, Texas. The guy has a Google Map location of it. So want to salute a black entrepreneur who's trying to provide a valuable service to his community down there in Texas. And then this is something I posted recently. Guam. So it turns out Guam. I got to assume there was a time when these people looked more like the Papua New West Papua New Guinea, where they are deeply dark Asiatic looking people. I got to assume Guam had some of that because when I see some of the people down there, they do have some very dark skin. It seems like there's a mix, but they have been fighting for reparations, I guess, since 1945. World War II survivors and their families, and so from what I've been reading through some of the comments is that they have been getting some checks, but more recently, as of I believe 2020, and then maybe into 2021 and now 2022, their House resolution and Senate resolution went up in front of both houses of Congress. And I believe they said Obama signed it the first time, then Trump signed it, and then there was some delay. They gave out a few checks a year ago or so, and then now they've got the lion's share of the checks that they're going to be distributing to these people. And a lot of them are descendants of the survivors of whatever occurred there. Many people say the United States wasn't responsible for it. It was actually Japanese, but the United States government is paying out reparations to these people for whatever harms they were able to get pushed through. And it was a unanimous decision by, it says the Senate was a unanimous consent. So, this highlights the fact that while we are Black Americans, descendants of American enslavement, and we are going through this reparations process that has been going on since at least 1989, but there are many examples of individuals who fought for reparations that go back over 100 years. While we are in the midst of this most recent modern push for it, you have the government giving out reparations to another group based on harms that were caused. And just wanted to, highlight that because there was a lot of discussion around that post. And then I found this was, if this Jumbotron thing and this blackboard, if the blackboard will let me get over there. I posted a thread, and this is from the University of Massachusetts. So they documented reparations payments from 1783 to 2021. And this is by governments, states, cities, religious institutions, universities, corporations, and communities. So this is a pretty long thread. And then I put the link to the actual University of Massachusetts page. There's a lot of these payments that have been going on. This is actually documentation that this country has been paying out reparations and restitution and compensation since 1793 or 1783. And the country was formed in 1776. So, I mean, pretty much right after their founding, they started paying out reparations and restitution. So, because most people in the society don't know that, don't understand it, it's like they use all these different excuses as to why we shouldn't get it. But there's all this evidence that they've been giving it out consistently to everyone else. So I wanted to make people aware of that. Yeah, and then Black American Homeland, we had that graphic. He's got that up there, U.S. Census graphic, which kind of shows our population is expected to grow from what was about 13% in 2000 up to nearly 18% in 2060. And we've talked about this before, where we kind of understand that a lot of that is going to be based on immigration. So while there is this movement to delineate Black Americans from every other diaspora group, this graphic may have to be changed to where it has Native Black Americans. I've even seen the term original Black Americans, which I really love that term, and separate us from them, so that there is that distinction and delineation. There was a story of a guy, I think this is another Texas story, but this guy who has a foreign name ended up killing he shot his son's mother, shot the baby's mother, killed the grandmother, took the child. They put out an Amber Alert. They eventually caught up with the guy. He ended up killing himself with a self-inflicted gun wound. And in the story, and so it's interesting because this is starting to be something that I'm conscious of. It says the man instead of a black guy, black man. There's a picture of him, so you see this black face, but it really went out of its way not to say black anywhere in that article. And part of me wonders if it's because of the push that Twitter has, as far as trying to delineate and explain the difference when it comes to these situations, or if it's the fact that they saw he was a foreign person. They saw, they understood that he was a foreigner, and so they did not attach black to him because he was a foreigner, and they essentially gave him white status, even though he went on this psychopathic rampage. The child is okay, from what I understand, and I believe the mother is expected to survive, although she may be in critical condition. But I just thought that was interesting, because you had the shooter in Tulsa who was an immigrant. Initially, they were saying black. That was in the story, and then people on Twitter started, doing the research, and they discovered that he was an immigrant, and then so they're making it a point to let the news services know that this person is not a Black American. I think that's actually a positive development, and that would be a great thing in news circles, to where they could actually do that second step. Because that's what I'm starting to do more and more, is I'm trying to figure out if this person who committed this heinous crime is actually a Black American, or if it's, some non-Black American individual. So I think that's super important, and it's interesting when you see the changes in the way they're reporting these stories. The other thing is that I believe that there is an active genocide. I actually believe it's always been going on. I think the reporting of it, the video evidence of it, is becoming much more apparent. Obviously, we see all these videos, but I think we need a tracking center that, and I asked a couple different people about it. It's a huge undertaking. It requires probably 24 hours, 7 days a week research, but to just be able to document all of these killings of Black Americans by outside groups, to see it occurring in real time, and not just the police. I'm just talking about, because there's all these cases of these white individuals harming, killing, shooting Black people in this country. There was a situation in South Carolina, Black father, Black son, and I think there was one other person in the car. They're traveling down from New Hampshire. I actually looked at the map. It looked like they were headed to Myrtle Beach, but they got on some off road, because this road where this happened was a really remote road. didn't appear to be a state route even, but somehow, some way, they got on this off road. A white guy who they quote unquote said had a history, which all these white people seem to always have a history. He's just shooting at quote unquote random cars coming down the road. Meanwhile, it's probably the only car with black people coming down the road, and ends up killing this 8-year-old black child. In the process, he shot the father in the leg. And so there, these actions of innocent black people being killed by non-black people, I believe, or they it seems like they're increasing. I just think that because my timeline is the way it is, I'm starting to see them a lot more. They may have been occurring all the time and we just weren't really paying attention to it, or whatever the case may be, but it does seem like they're starting to pick up. And so I'm encouraging everybody to be like very aware of your surroundings, just driving down the road. What could you do? It's a 2-lane road, country road. There's not a whole lot you can do against somebody with a rifle that's just shooting at people coming down the road. So, but yeah, definitely be in a defensive posture and just aware of your surroundings at all times, if possible.
You know what? Going back to illegal aliens, right, and what the state can and cannot do, right? What you just mentioned, right? Look, it seemed like illegal aliens have more rights than Black Americans. I mean, the county, the city, the town, the court system, the school district, they do everything in their power to hurt Black Americans, but they said the state can't do nothing to illegal aliens. That's just really weird.
Yeah, they have the Office of New Americans, which is some foreign immigrant, arm of the federal government. And then in that space, they were talking about a law, which this is something that would have to be, you need to challenge this law, but it's a law saying that the local police cannot contact ICE agents to come and arrest illegals. So in other words, and I was like, wow, that's so weird. I don't see how that would even work. But it was something to the effect that the police officers can be terminated if they attempted to notify ICE of, some sort of illegal encampment or whatever the case may be. I think that's totally insane. And in any state where that occurs, you should absolutely be taken. If it's the federal government, you should be taking them into federal court, because that's absurd. That's totally insane. You got all these sanctuary cities, counties, and even some of these states are like sanctuary states. But for the states that don't want it, and even they talked about different states where laws were enacted. I think in Scranton, PA, there was a local ordinance, and I remember that story, where they essentially outlawed illegal people being up there, and then they might have been taken to court and they lost. Same thing in, I believe, Mississippi. They had all these laws to try to keep them out, and it was effective because once the word is out, they talk to each other. They're like, oh no, you can't go there, blah 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 blah. That's really what you want. You want a deterrent, based on the fact that they're cracking down. This is a state where they crack down. It lets them know. They let everybody else know. It's like its own PR campaign. And if you lose in federal court, so what? So be it. But you've basically set a precedence, and then you try again. I mean, that's what's been happening in the abortion situation. They've been fighting against abortion for 50 plus years. It seems like they may be on the precipice of finally getting it overturned, but it's really a privacy issue. It's really about privacy rights. It's really not even about abortion, to be honest, in terms of the law. So that's a whole nother issue. But I think it's something that you got to keep fighting against, no matter win, lose, or draw. But keep fighting, keep being creative, and as long as you put the word out on the street that illegals are not welcome, it should hold. It should have the effect that you're looking for. Yeah, so we got the book. So before I get into the book, I reposted this is from last year, April of last year, but this was I mentioned Harry Haywood, who was active 1920s and 1960s. I mentioned Cyril Briggs, he was active around the same time. An organization called the ABB, the African Blood Brotherhood. They pioneered the idea of a black nation on North American land, and they it seemed to be that they were looking out west to avoid any issues with it. And I believe some of these groups had support from the Russians, quote unquote. They may have been communist leaning, but it still holds true that this idea of black people having their own land, governing themselves in some way, shape, or form is not an old idea. I mean, this has been inside of our people, inside of our population for a very long time, and I just wanted to bring that up because I came across that. Oftentimes, I'm doing searches and I come across some old posts, and this is one that stood out to me. So I just wanted to give them a shout out. These two gentlemen, this CPUSA. I'm not sure what that stands for. I'm assuming it's the Communist Party, but it could be something else. But yeah, so
Yeah, like I just want people to know Harry Haywood, the black Bolshevik. He's the with the inspiration for me when it comes to the Black American homeland. I mean, when I read his books back in the mid '90s, right? He gave me the ideas, and then living in South Africa, and observing black South African that had super majority of the population, but they had no economic power. They had no military. They had no banks. They were extremely poor. The white South African, they had control of everything, but because the black South Africans had super majority population and super majority of the votes, they were able to win the election in 1994, and Nelson Mandela became the president, and the black South African, they control the country South Africa. Now, economic control is much harder. The white, they still have economic control of South Africa, but I think that's going to take another 2 generations for that to happen.
That is it. Like, listen,
Yeah,
and like, listen. My whole thing is the economic stuff, right? Like,
right.
political stuff is nice, but like, and that's what happens, right? People have tried to convince us that politics and economics are separate. Economics drives politics, and not a lot of people understand why or how that happens. Like, the easiest thing is war. If you want to go take over another state, you have to have the economic power to pay all of the people to go kill these people that you want to take their stuff. So you need the energy in order to, the energy of economics in order to impose your will on what's going on. Political control is insufficient. Like in South Africa, they got a super majority, but they can't do anything because they don't have the skills. They don't have the economic infrastructure in the black community to say, hey, all of you Boers, get out. Because the Boers are the people that have the skills, they have the degrees, they have the keys to the cabinet, the cabinets, they understand all of the technical infrastructure, and the black people are just living there. That's why aiming just to get political control is not going to really achieve anything, and including in this country. Like, we take over a state, like, and all of the white people leave that have all of the keys, is fine, simply because we probably have enough black people that are skilled enough to come to Delaware or Mississippi or Arkansas or wherever it is, whatever state, to, bolster that infrastructure. We have the technical capacity to build that. We don't have it organized yet, but, distributed amongst ourselves, we can figure that out. Whereas in countries that are less developed, there's not a lot of that. There's the foreigners that have a lot of the technical capacity, etc. So you just got to realize, like, just because you have a super majority doesn't mean that you're really running things, and it doesn't mean that you're really calling the shots. You have a super, like, you doing more business in a state than anybody else is what calls the shots. Because, everybody complains about, like, these populaces that have all of this outsized political power. That's because they got the money, and that's because they have the businesses to get the money from everybody else, and they can spend because they got deep pockets. So we got to focus on making sure that when we're doing this, we make sure that we are building up the economic infrastructure as much and probably faster than the political infrastructure, because it's the economic infrastructure that's going to fund the political infrastructure.
Yeah. Hey, Mary, I'm gonna tell you what happened in South Africa from in 1994 when the ANC and Nelson Mandela took over the political infrastructure of South Africa and what's going on today. Okay, in 1994, South Africa blacks own less than 10% of the land. Now today, they own more than 60% of the land in South Africa. In 1994, the black South African, they owned less than 5% of the South African Stock Exchange. Now they own more than 50% of the South African Stock Exchange. The same thing with banks. There were no black banks in South Africa in before 1994. Now, black-owned banks in South Africa is like more than 50% now. So political power does, changes things. Before 1994, there were no black corporations or companies getting South African government contract. Now, 70 to 80% of black South African government contract have to go to black-owned corporation. So that, to me, that is how you build economic power in a community that never had it. So to me, political party is power is a start. That's all I have to say.
And that's cool, because I was just, I don't disagree with that, right? I mean, I used to work for OIC of America, founded by Leon Sullivan, who was pretty much the impetus in America to fight apartheid. I read a couple of his books, and he was the first black man on the board of General Motors. And if y'all old enough, there's a phrase that going around that says, "What's good for General Motors is good for America," because that was, we think Walmart is big, and we think Amazon is big, but there was a time when General Motors was, bigger as in part as a percentage of the economy as probably Walmart, Microsoft, Apple combined, right? So he was on the board because he did this thing in Philadelphia called selective patronage, which we call boycotting, blah blah blah, right? So, and when I went to school, my one of the professors at my school his name was Dennis Brutus, and he was in South African jail for a longer period of time than Nelson Mandela. So I can understand that, right? But that was in the early 90s, and they still ain't rich. I literally read an article about how South Africaners, not Afrikaners or the Boers or whatever, how black South Africans have gotten fed up with the shit, and they're literally taking it upon themselves to go and attack illegal immigrants that own stores. You know, like they'll be roving bands and be like, listen, let me see your, now this is the wild thing. They'll be like, let me see your immigration papers. And if the people produce valid immigration papers, they keep it moving. If they don't, they beat them up. So these are people that are going around saying like, listen, these illegal immigrants are not going to, um, take our business opportunities, not just the jobs, but like the whole, like they'll run whole businesses. So they'll be like, they're going to take our business opportunities because like it's nice that they're entrepreneur, but they don't be entrepreneurial over here. So why are you saying there's been a lot of progress? Like I want the economic progress immediately. I don't want to wait 2 generations. That's whack, right? Like we've been waiting all our damn lives. And just because just because, and listen, no offense to anybody who loves this movement, because I love it too, but just because another black person gets into politics ain't that don't feed my kids. I'm literally trying to design a system so that all of the, like even if we don't have no political power, we gonna have bread to eat. We gonna have tomato sauce to make, and we're gonna be able to feed ourselves. It's nice that we can go vote, every 2 years, but I gotta feed my kids 3 times a day, plus snacks. So political power is nice. That's great, but that is not feeding my family. That's not feeding nobody's family in the short term. So when we think about this, we also have to think when the people move there. We can't just say, "Oh, well, people gonna like just show the fuck up." People ain't gonna show the people move for economic opportunity, or they move away from white terror. Now, I'm gonna say this facetiously. Thankfully, there's a lot of white terror, right? So sorry I had to say it like that. But we got to figure out like when we go there, and that's why I'm like we got to build new cities. Because if we build new cities, we gotta create infrastructure companies. We gotta create plumbers. We gotta create alternative Lowe's and Home Depot. We gotta create all of these companies in order to build new cities. Because if we just buy the cities at inflated prices that exist, we are going to be poor because we're not creating new economic opportunity. And we can't just be like, oh, well, we're just going to move here and it's going to be cool because some white developer is going to make $18 billion off of us while we pay him, and then we pay him and the banks $36 billion. We cannot do that. We can't wait for some political Shangri-La and then later have some economic benefit. That's 30 fucking years ago that happened. Like Leon Sullivan, if you don't know, he got on Good Morning America and was like, listen, like this in his book Movie Mountains. You can go look at it. He was like, listen, I went on Good Morning America, and he was going to literally cut his fingers off every day until the U.S. government did something about apartheid. I believe that dude. Like he was a G, right? But thankfully that didn't have to happen. And like he was like, this is somebody on the board of General Motors. This isn't just like some Joe Schmo, right? Like like we can't be like, oh yeah, this political thing is going to be great. We got to move economically. So you know that's just like just so I just want to disabuse the notion of people is that once we get political power there will be economic bountiful. We got black people elected, there's no economic bounty. I live in Philadelphia. They put out all of these bids and say, yeah, we want minority black American minority participation at X%. And then when that doesn't happen, there are no penalties. And just because you have a penalties doesn't mean that the money is still moving. There's still black people elected. Black people reading all of the things and analyzing all of the things. The money moves the politics, B. So we gotta, at least add that as a significant component about what we're doing. And my personal thing is that should be the lead component. But
Well,
that's
yeah,
that's hard.
I know. I got to push back. So here's the thing about it, right? We have hundreds of examples of black prosperity, hundreds, if not thousands, of examples of black prosperity. The problem is without political protection, it all goes away.
Me and you on the same page. Yeah. I'm saying let's get rich and then let's get the protection. I'm not saying let's get the protection and maybe we get rich.
I just think they go hand in hand. For all the examples you listed, the training, the contract quotas. The reason, because my city's the same way, they got a minority contract quota. It goes to white women and ultimately goes to their white husbands. There's very little black participation, and this is pretty much a black and white city, although Mexicans are starting to appear in some significant numbers. There may be 1 or 2% of the population. So the black quotas never get fulfilled, as you stated, because the environment is controlled by white people. So there's no systems in place to funnel black people into positions to where they can fulfill the quotas. The difference in a majority state is that everything we do is geared towards ensuring black Americans are the people who get the majority of the wealth in the state. It's they have to go hand in hand. And it's a whole ecosystem where politics and the economy work together.
Hello, you there? Hello.
Oh yeah, no, I'm still here.
Oh,
I just
okay.
Yeah,
it seemed like it went quiet for a second.
Yeah, no, I'm just reflecting because okay. We've never had political authority in a sovereign entity such as a state. We've had cities. We got cities right now today. I think there's 1,200 cities where blacks are the majority, and we are essentially in control of 1,200 cities across the country. There's a certain number of counties, 50 plus counties, where we're the majority in those. The problem is that we don't have state authority. That is our problem. That has always been our problem. No matter how much money, no matter how much wealth we have, if we don't have the authority, not to just protect it, but to prosper it, to build systems that funnel our people into positions to where they can gain wealth and they can sustain it over several generations, because that's another issue where even the black wealth who have amassed a certain amount of wealth, like Shaquille O'Neal, he's a really good example. This dude owns so much. He's come out recently talking about all of the properties that he owns in partnership with some other group. But he always had the image of the dumb jock. He kind of was a little bit right wing. Had a traditional black conservative family value set, but ultimately, from a business perspective, he's actually more of a beast when it comes to business than he was on the court, which I'm very impressed with. However, in Black American society, it's very difficult for individuals who gain a lot of wealth to pass that wealth down to their children and for it to reach into the next successive generations. Usually what is happening is after the second or third generation, all of that wealth is gone. So how do you protect wealth over the next 10 to 20 generations? You have to have political systems in place in order for that to be protected over multiple generations. So they need each other like a hand in a glove at the end of the day.
Hey, look, like a good example, right? like you have, let's say a majority white state. A majority white state will have white state officials. Let's say you're trying to get a liquor license for your bar, right? Then you have this state official. He's in authority to process your application, and he can deny your application for a liquor license because he wants to. He can make he can put down any reason why you shouldn't get this liquor license, right? And they done this to my uncles. They did this to me. They did this to my friends in Virginia. So I understand this, right? Not only a liquor license, let's say you're trying to get a used car dealership, but you got to go to the state to apply for a dealership license. Well, guess what? That white state official, he can deny your application for a dealership license and give that. And let's say they only have a certain amount of dealership license that they're going to give out. Well, they're going to say, well, most of these dealership licenses are going to go to my friends or to white people, or wherever the case may be. So that's why Black Americans need supermajority and political control of a state. So we will have Black state officials in all these different agencies, and it will make it easier for Black Americans to get liquor license, get these professional license, get these dealership license, get these whatever type of charter banks, charter corporation. Because look, these white officials are making it hard for Black Americans to even charter a corporation. But a Black American official will make it easier for Black Americans to get the things they need to start a corporation. That's all I have to say.
Let me tell you a story. I don't know, every state is different, but the Black barber shop, right? The Black beauty salon, even hair braiding. These are places that are just natural to us. As a kid, I mean, man, I was probably in middle school, if not elementary school. I remember getting a set of clippers, practicing on my younger brother's hair, practicing on the neighborhood. I've been cutting my own hair, man, probably 20 years now. Shave my own hair, cut my own hair, whatever, whenever I need it. So, this was just our thing, right? Because it's our hair, our natural hair, whatever. So in this state, Pennsylvania, maybe like a decade or so ago, they decided, oh, okay, here's a system. Let's implement regulations into the system. And so what they did was they made it to where you had to have training. You had to go through some type of training to get licensed, as Black American Homeland is talking about, in order to get a barber's license to open up a shop. They did it in the beauty, for Black women, opening up a salon. There was a huge fight against African style hair braiding, is what they call it. But I'm not sure how that sort of parsed out, if they did require the regulations or not. I know there was a big fight about it, but that just shows one instance of Black American culture that the white degenerates decided, hey, here's something else that we can assimilate and integrate into our control, right? We're going to make these people have to get certified, and then what does that create? That creates an industry of schools. And so what did I see pop up in my area? A white-owned school for barbering. So now, in order to be a Black barber in this city, in this area, you got to go to a white school to get certified by a white state in order to open up a business in a Black neighborhood. Like that is systemic control over your environment.
It gets wilder, right? So like I told you, I was I work for OIC of America, which is Opportunities Industrialization Corporation. And so Leon Sullivan, if you guys don't know who this guy is, he in Philadelphia he created this thing called selective patronage. So he was a preacher at like Broad and Erie, or very close to that, and like he was a firebrand, and he had all the preachers with him, and he was like, listen, when we go out on sermon, we gonna tell these fools not to go buy Axe. So in Philadelphia it was like Coke and Tasty Cake, because Coke and Tasty Cake wouldn't hire black people. So, after, a week, Tasty Cake would drop their stuff off to whatever. They would just sit there. And then, after 2 weeks, it would just sit there. And after 3 weeks, and then Tasty Cake was like, yo, what's going on? Same with Coke. Like, what they were, used to dropping off that black people would buy, that it was not getting bought. It was not getting consumed. No, was like, when they say, hey, you're not moving, but the money wasn't moving. None of the product. And so eventually they were like, yo, so Leon Sullivan is saying, like, don't buy where you don't, where people ain't hiring you. So, eventually Coke and Pepsi sat down, and then they were like, yeah, the problem is we can't hire these black people because they don't know how to run the machines. So Leon Sullivan and his thing created OIC, which basically, I don't know where they got the funding from or whatever, but they got like sample machines, and they taught these people how to run the machines so that Coke and Tasty Cake in these places could then hire them. It's like they didn't have an excuse. Like, not being able to run the machine, like, if you're trying to hire a taxi driver and the dude don't know how to drive a car, like that's a legit excuse not to hire somebody. But when you're like, yeah, no, we made these Tasty Cakes, like they know how to run the machines, like you no longer have a legit excuse. So what happened is OIC would then go around and figure out what skills were needed for local businesses, and they started buying some of the machines and creating training programs that then fed into these places. Because before this, it was quote unquote apprenticeship, which is basically, I'm gonna get my cousin Johnny a job, and I'm gonna teach him everything he knows. Right? There was like everything was inside of networks, right? Cousins, people that live in the neighborhood, et cetera, et cetera. Like so if you're an outsider, it was very hard to break into these manufacturing jobs and whatnot. So when they created OIC, it was literally one of the first training bases or programs for black people to get training so that they get hired at these places. Because previous to that, like you would just show up and like, I work hard, if you give me a job. But if you're like, I work hard and give me a job, and I got this training for the last 3 weeks to, on this machine, and this machine, they were like, all right, well, listen, I'm gonna hire you. Right? So I was told this by one of the people that worked for OIC for 30 40 50 years or whatever. Dude was mad old, that's all I know, right? And he was like, so what happened is OIC of America started these things, and then white companies got wind, and they started creating these technical schools. The problem is OIC was looking at this in terms of like trying to get black people to do this stuff. And then all of these white schools started popping up, and OIC didn't understand that what they needed to do was create a school and like trademark or patent or whatever this type of thing. So, as soon as, listen, white people, capitalists going to capitalize. So they see something working, they're going to do, they're going to do it where they at. So they got technical schools for this, technical schools for that. Boom, bada bing, bada bang, bada boom. And then in addition to the technical schools, they're like, well, listen, we got this technical school, but, in order to make sure that just no Joe Schmo can walk up, we're going to go to the state to lobby for credentials. So that's like, if I understand that, like you might need to get licensed from the state to become a nurse. Like that's important. Like that's life or death situation. I'm not really sure you need to get a license to teach a fourth grader how to do multiplication. That's just me. Like I mean, I think that should be up to the local people figuring that out. But that's just me. You shouldn't have to get a license to be a mechanic. Maybe you should, maybe you shouldn't. But so what happened is these white people that knew how to, of organize corporations, organize companies, that have relationships with companies. They would go start this technical school, and then bada bing, bada bang, bada boom, they're in business where individuals were paying them so they could get these skills to then go to get a job. And of course, this person was just like like he used to be just a broker. He just introduced people. Now he got a whole business because everything's formal, and then he goes to the state, and now he got not just a business, he got a protected business. Like, because who's going to, who's like is one thing to open up a beauty supply store, or there's one thing to open up a beauty supply shop, but it's a whole different thing to open up a training program for people to get trained in beauty supply. Like, that's a whole nother level of thing. And most black people are not, we don't know how to do all that, and we don't have like specialists that figure out how to do that and then go around to every state and then open 3 or 4 different, like, find black people that want to open up the training programs and then help them open that up, right? Because there's the thing that you got to do, and there's the capacity. The thing is, barbershops, and the capacity is opening up a training school for barbers. So, like, Greg was talking about that. Now the black people got to go to the white school. We need somebody that's going to figure out how to open up all of these training programs for barbers, for mechanics, for electricians, for HVAC, like all of those schools. Like, that's the type of schools we need to figure out how to do. So I just wanted to throw in, like, because I earlier talked about Leon Sullivan and his work on the board of General Motors and the impact that he had in taking down apartheid. Because he was part of the people that were talking about boycotting Coca-Cola, right? And that moved from his selective patronage, back in the '60s. He was also Martin Luther King sent Jesse Jackson to go study under Leon Sullivan, and then after Leon Sullivan taught Jesse Jackson, then they came out with Operation Breadbasket. So, like, it wasn't like Leon Sullivan's just some dude. Like, this, I mean, he's they called him the Lion of Zion. Like, this dude was a beast. So he created training programs in Black America to figure out how to, upskill Black Americans. And, but, because capitalists going to be capitalizing, it's hard to outmaneuver them when they're always building systems outside of systems and then getting state representation and all that. So, I just want to throw that out there, that Leon Sullivan is that dude. He had a couple books. One of them was Moving Mountains, and you should do some research on the ball, and you'll learn a lot about the civil rights movement that you hadn't heard about, both in America and internationally.
Awesome, Leon Sullivan. Let me give you another example, and everybody's going to know this company, Uber, right? When Uber first came into Pennsylvania, there was a huge pushback, and the reason is, in the city of Pittsburgh specifically, we had what we call jitneys. I think Mr. Wilson, August Wilson, has a play about jitneys. And essentially, it's a car service. It's in New York they call them gypsy cabs, but they were always black men, for the most part, who had their own vehicle, and they would have a phone number. They would rent a little storefront, and then they would provide this service to the community. But they were unlicensed, and there were different times over the years where they cracked down on different, services, whatever the case may be. But there was 1 or 2 in every neighborhood, right? So when Uber came in, the state were giving them a hard time about getting licensing. What is this? And blah, 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 blah. They wanted to run them through the taxi, through the same taxi system. They ultimately fought and won because, yes, they had the money, they had the connections, they could lobby, just like married black parents said. And what ended up happening to the traditional car services, the jitney services, is that they essentially went away. Either they partner up with this new system, which of course is a white-owned system, and now they're splitting their profits, with a white-owned company that's licensed through the state. But these black jitney services who wanted to, I remember being a teenager and talking to the guy, one of the owners or a couple of the owners, saying they were trying to get licensed and the state would not license them to do it. And so I don't know if there's other places that have, I know New York is real famous for it. I don't know if that's a big thing around the rest of the country, but up here it was a huge thing. Matter of fact, it was so huge they would have them standing outside of grocery stores. There'd be like a section of jitney drivers who would stand there, and it was to help families get home, get their groceries home. They would carry the groceries up for black elders and black mothers, single mothers, whatever the case would be. So just another example of a system coming in and doing the same thing that we were already doing and have been doing for decades, and just supplanting us because they have all the connections, they have all the political authority to do it. And I think there's people who kind of do it sort of offline. They might have a Facebook page set up. Ironically, a lot of Uber drivers started passing out business cards to people, so they can create their own customer list, because in this area, that just was a hustle that was always there for the people in this area. So you kind of see that. You saw people realizing that it's not really benefiting me to run my car into the ground, to take all of the risk, the maintenance, the brakes, the oil, whatever, the fuel, and then have to give half of it away to some white company that I never even see. The people who own, who own that platform, and they're making billions of dollars, and I'm barely, making it as is on this system. So that's what they do. We got to do it. We got to do it for the benefit of Black Americans. Kevin Hart came up. Let me make sure I got the last name right. Kevin Harrison, I'm sorry, came up to speak. If you want to add something, go for it.
Hey, hello. Good evening, brothers. What you was talking about, the jitney thing in Philly, that was happening. We called them Haxi Cab. They'd be out at all the major stops on the L, people getting off, so waiting on a bus, you get a ride. And it was a conversation probably in the early 2000s where they were talking about how to form some type of group to where anybody that worked on this corner, it was sort of like the Uber and the cab thing, but they couldn't network it enough to make sure that each person was getting a fair share. So it was like a hustle. So like the barbershops thing. There's a guy just opened up a barber school in Upper Darby, and got the barber school to get you your certification to be a barber, and all of those things. With the liquor stores, the liquor license, they made sure that in the Black community, they shut down the bars because they made this. They made sure that you couldn't re-up your inventory, so prices went up, and it was they started to tax some more. So that the Black owners begin to sell their bars, they just convert them into delis, bring in the Chinese people. So it's a lot of things that white America, other racist groups are monopolizing off of what we start and what we're doing to survive in our own inner cities. Now, what I'm saying is we gotta look at these stats and these numbers, and like the guy was saying early on, married, that we gotta learn how to figure out a way to get these systems in networking. Now, what I'm seeing is a problem on the ground is that we so tuned into surviving ourselves that we don't understand that survival for all of us is very important. One surviving is just an isolated situation. And then when you survive in an isolated situation and you get attacked, then you're by yourself. So, everything that we discussing has been tried multiple times but it's never been tried on a level where we can have a secure base to where we can fight. It's like when they formed the unions, and then they put affirmative action, and the white women ate off affirmative action, but they put the unions in place to make sure that the white man had a job because there was no way he was going to outskill these Africans, these African Americans. So we have to learn how to network with each other without looking at each other with side eye, because your success is my success. Nowadays, it's my success, and if you mess with my success, it's going to be a problem, and that's not what it is. Sometimes you got to pass it along, and we're not doing that for each other. We're too busy to point the finger and condemn instead of sitting down at the table, delegating what we need to do, because in every situation it might be different, but the direction will be the same. So everything is possible. Now, the liquor, they made sure that we couldn't make money in our own neighborhoods. So we got the Latino stores in here. We got the Chinese stores in here because of the town meetings. They secret. You understand what I'm saying? So we got to look at all bases. They beating us to the punch because we distracted by so many different things. So we really need to be understanding how important it is right now. These options on the table, we just talking out options, talking out history, a lot of facts, people that's doing this and doing that. How can we monopolize and connect it all together? Because it's really time for that.
Hey, that's a good segue to explain exactly how we do it, because that's what we ultimately are here for. It is a migration. I believe you're in Philly.
Yes.
So it's a migration into the state of Delaware, in particular into Kent County. We need about 75,000 to 100,000 people, Black voters, to take over that county. Move to Newcastle County, we need about 200,000 Black American voters to take over that county. And then once we have those two counties, we have enough political capital and enough voters to outvote the non-Black people who live in the state, whose vote will be split amongst the Republicans and the Democrats. As long as we can convince, the current Black voters that they need to get on board with us. And by winning the smallest elections and working our way up the food chain of political positions of authority, they should be understanding, recognizing, and realizing the takeover is happening. We'll be outreaching and trying to network and explain to them exactly what's going on. But as we move up the food chain politically, we expect to be able to take over that whole state. And that's how we get control over our entire environment in one state. And then after we have success there, then we try to repeat the process in multiple other states.
We got to also understand that it's not going to be something that we might enjoy in our lifetime, or even in our time that we putting in this work. It might take up to 8 years, the time frame that we might have to be ready for what it comes. At least we in position and we ready and we fortified. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a base with a list of demands, not just complete. Because we got to realize that this process is going to take some time. You understand what I'm saying? But it's the right process. But we got to have those that's willing to go ahead and sacrifice what we feel as though let's be dare to, because it's going to take sacrifice. Let's say we set up the political base, we got political candidates, our political party is getting movement, and we're not looking for that has happened in a 6 month time frame, 6 month time frame, or a 9 month time frame. Those type of things going to take some drilling, just like the Mississippi, the people that was doing the Mississippi the election workers that was coming up missing, stuff like that. I mean, it's going to be a sacrifice to it. A lot of stuff we probably not even going to enjoy, but the future going to enjoy. So we have to keep that in mind, because at times we impatient. We need money now. The struggle is real. So it's always about taking care of your immediate base, at the same time fighting for everybody else. But sometimes that puts a strain on your optimism on what we're doing. This is going to take time and sacrifice. Some people not going to enjoy it.
Yeah, you're right. Sacrifice is mandatory in order to be successful in anything. It doesn't matter what it is that you're attempting to accomplish, but something that is truly global in its implications, because if we as Black Americans can put ourselves in the driver's seat of a state and become the majority, um, especially under an independent political Black party, we reset the table, not just for America, not just for that state, but really for the planet as a whole. And so there are sacrifices that are required. Um, and because we understand that and we want to move together as a unit, as a community, we need to be mindful and protective of each other, as we make this happen. But it's something that actually can happen relatively quickly. The time is not a function of what we're trying to do; it's a function of the people and whether or not we can get the word out quick enough, fast enough. In other words, we seek like-minded individuals, but in terms of time, it could actually happen in 2 election cycles. It's just a matter of us being able to connect with the people who are ready and prepared to make it happen, who are essentially tired of complaining and really just want action to be the way that they live their lives. So I agree. When I wrote the book 4 years ago, I felt like, the information was intent to be a spark for the next generation, to actually put it into motion. However, um, I've seen with my own eyes that this information connects with the right people. And once they get it, they got it, and you can't take it away from them. And so I've witnessed in real time that people are connecting with the information, they're taking responsibility over the information, and they are doing the active research and getting the understanding in order to advance this. So I believe, from what I'm seeing, if it keeps multiplying the way that it has been, this could be the most important political movement of our lifetimes, and really of our race as Black Americans in this country. And so I believe there's a tipping point where time it just really won't matter, because it'll happen so much quicker than most people even imagine. That's kind of, some may think a little optimistic, but Delaware is a state that, again, needs 350,000 people. It's a very small number. Once that is proven and people can see it, because our people really like to see things, they want to visit, they want to experience it. And I believe if you have a situation where Black Americans all over the country can come into Delaware, they can see it, they can experience it, they will want to reproduce those results, as many times as we possibly can. So I think the first one's the most important one, but after that, all bets are off.
Absolutely.
Definitely. Okay, so I would like to invite anybody that wants to come up. Feel free to come up. We're kind of just discussing different topics, things that have occurred during the week. I haven't started reading from the book yet. I see people asking others to, what is it? Tweet the room out, tweet the space out. If you are so inclined to do, that would be great. We can get some more people in here. But yeah, I mean, we can keep the conversation going in terms of current events, but I will start reading from the book here just to get a little bit of discussions going based on the book itself. Okay, we got Lou Lock came up to speak. Yep, you got it, Lou Lock.
Oh, thanks everybody. Kind of noisy in my background. I'm still at my job, trying to do my job thing. But no, Black Majority. I'm interested in knowing when the book come out. That's one thing. And another thing is, I was interested in knowing if anybody else is willing to go and scout Delaware out a little bit more to see about some ways that we could try to take over and look at strategies of pinpoint, well, not pinpoint locations, but like certain neighborhoods to start galvanizing it?
Yeah, that's a really good a good statement, and well received and understood. My plan is to be on the ground by next spring, if not sooner. Because I wrote the book 4 years ago. The book's been out since I wrote in 2018, so I published 2019. So the book's out. It's been available. It's available online wherever books are sold, but I am willing to send anybody a free digital copy of the book. All you got to do is just send me a private message or whatever. The book needs revised. That's what kind of part of the reason why I want to do this series, to go through it, and see what areas I need to revise. I've been posting so much information on Facebook originally, and then when I came over to Twitter, I've really revised a lot of the information. But if you're in our our migration group, there's a lot of information there, and then I have a Delaware thread that I've been posting and adding information to for a few months now. So, and then there's different YouTube videos that we've posted from people who are on the ground to get a sense of what Delaware is like, talk to the locals. So we want to focus on Kent County. That's the county with the lowest population, and therefore it's the easiest to take over. And there's a bunch of little small towns. Dover, Delaware is the main town. That's the capital of the state. I think there's like 20, 30, maybe 40,000 people in that city, but every other city is like way less. It's like just a few thousand people. So we can take over any town that we want. We just got to have the numbers, essentially. And like I said, start at the smallest position and work our way up.
So Dover has 37,000 people, and I think the last time I looked at it, 38,000 people if you round it right. And it's like 46.9% black. So just throw that in.
Oh yeah, no. I wanted to say one other thing. This has nothing to do with that, but the current event that I found out, I think it's important for everybody to know. So Tennessee is deciding that they're trying to implement a new law stating that anybody that is homeless, they want to throw them into prison. And majority of that population, as we already know, was the majority of the homeless population of America, as we already know where that falls at. But I just wanted to bring everybody to that forefront, and wanted to know how people felt about it and how could we use that to our advantage.
What state was that?
That state is Tennessee.
Yeah, so if you're black, you just need to leave Tennessee, and yeah, that's all we got.
Look, Tennessee to me is a very important state. Memphis, Judge Joe Brown, right? He's really pushing Tennessee. He's planning on he's running for mayor of the city of Memphis, and he wants more Black Americans to move to the city, actually to the state of Tennessee. He said Memphis, which is on the Mississippi River, is a major seaport. I'm sorry, a river port, and it has access to New Orleans, which is a major seaport in the United States, all the way up to barges, correct? Up to the Midwest, up to the state of Minnesota. So to me, Tennessee is a very important state. He considered Tennessee a gateway to the South. So, yeah.
So listen, like that's cool, right? But in any large scale analysis, you just got to figure out what the numbers are. There's significance out the wazoo, but the reason we were focused on Delaware is because it only, I did calculations. You can look on my pinned tweet, and you'll be able to see what the closest estimates I could figure out for how many people it would take us in order to move to a state in order to achieve a majority black voting population. And for Delaware, that's 525,000. But for Tennessee, that's 3.7 million. So while it sounds great to say, hey, like do Tennessee, the numbers for that are overwhelmingly like they're just not very good numbers. Simply also because there are
the numbers
4 or 5
matter.
other states that specifically have less people. So let me put this in. So it's Delaware needs 525,000. Mississippi needs 900,000. Arkansas needs 1.2 million. Louisiana needs 1.6 million. Alabama needs 2 million. South Carolina needs 2 million. 2.4 million. Maryland needs 2.7 million, and then Tennessee needs 3.7 million. So if you want to say, hey, it's all going to happen in some pipe dream, hey, like let's all move anywhere. But if you want to actually do something to focus people so that this happens in the short term, then that's why we were talking about Delaware and specifically Kent County, and because it has the least amount of people in order for us black people to take political control of it. And I was also saying Dover, Delaware, which is inside of Kent County, in order to do that.
Correct. Look, like I said, I'm targeting the state of North Carolina because that's where I have a lot of family and that's where I have a residence.
Which,
so
by the way, requires 4.75 million people.
And that's great. I'm on it, man. 4.7 million. We got 50 million Black Americans in the United States. So to me, 4.7 million is absolutely nothing.
And the state, just to be clear, 4.7 million. 4.7 million. If they moved in order of the other states, we would get 1 governor and 2 senators. But if they moved to Delaware, Mississippi, Arkansas, Louisiana, and Alabama, we would get 5 governors and 10 senators. Numerically.
Correct.
Yeah, let me say this to Letlock's point about the homeless population. We do talk about that often. I'm a big proponent of us being able to establish a program where we can gather up Black American homeless from across the country, get them into rehabilitation, get them into skills training, and get them to where they can have human dignity of working and having a stable life, along with mentors and people who come alongside them to hold them accountable. There are a lot of these programs that are very successful in the country. The problem is they do not focus their energy on Black Americans specifically. So another good talking point, and another reason why state power is what we need, because not only can we use the power and the budget of the state and the federal appropriation, but we can also have a grant writing section where we actively go after foundation grants and federal grants. And if there's even grants in other states, we can have our grant writers going after all of this money that's out there in order to successfully get our people rehabilitated within the state. I want to hear from Mr. Will Lethbridge next. Thank you.
Hey, good evening, y'all. Hopefully everyone's doing good. I just wanted to chime in on a part that we were talking about early in the room. First, I want to let you all know I think y'all doing good. It's good to always see us coming together and having a conversation to help push or advance the community. I just wanted to touch on when we were talking about the economics. I know one of the brothers was saying that it's hard for the Black Americans to get in business. If I'm not mistaken, I believe every city has something called the SBA, the Small Business Association. these are people that you go to whenever you think about opening up a business that can help you set that business plan that you need so you don't fail. I think some of the times when we talk about going into business, we don't know everything, all the qualifications that we need to have a successful business to help us succeed in the business, and that's why they have different associations there to help us out. So I just wanted to chime in on that part. I look forward to speaking to you all again to help, however I can help with the cause. I just want to let you all know, as a person who has a business, and have friends who have businesses. I have a friend right now who owns a black barbershop, one in Georgia, one also in Tennessee, one in Alabama. So this stuff is actually going, and I just think it's sorry, excuse the background noise, but I think that's important for us to know that information is out there, and to know that in order to succeed, you have to have a business plan, and you have to be willing to educate yourself on every platform that you can. So I just want to push that. If y'all have any comments, let me know.
Yeah, thank you for that. The SBA is something that I'm very, very much aware of. I don't talk about that particular agency because we don't control it. I've went through the SBA process probably 25 years ago or so. And I had a mentor. I went through this, I think it was called SCORE or something like that program that they had. I think what we try to advocate for here is that we have agencies, we have control over the school system. So, for instance, an SBA program that no one knows about is really ineffective because as you stated, it doesn't really reach our ears. It doesn't get to our community. But because we have control over the entire curriculum of the education system, it's something that we can implement right into education. And it could be something that could be implemented at middle school, definitely in high school, and then as a part of some type of bachelor or technical school education. So we try to envision things from the perspective of, with Black majority state control, how can we help our people? And I think the way to do it is by implementing SBA education, financial education. I just had my brother text me about the difference between whole life and term life insurance, wills. I mean, we need an educational course that is about living in America. How do you survive and live and have success in America? That should be taught, in my opinion, from the 6th grade on. And it should be a required course so that you get all of this fundamental understanding. You at least know, you have awareness as to how the government works. How do you run for office? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you for bringing that up, but absolutely something that we'd want to incorporate into just education for the entire population, so that it's not just some information that a few have, but everybody has that information. If that makes sense.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm going to hop back down and listen so someone else can come up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Will, actually, I got a question for you, Will. My question is, why did you choose the state of, you said Alabama, Georgia, and Tennessee to start your business? Actually, I think he already went down. Okay. That's okay.
Yeah, he's coming back up.
He's coming back up. Yeah.
Okay, you just got to unmute your mic.
Oh, man, my bad, man. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. What I said was I had a friend who owns a black hair school in Alabama and Georgia and Tennessee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's something that he opened up. I met him about 5 years ago. We've been friends ever since. But as for me, when I started my business, I just opened up a business in the state that I live in. So that's why it was prominent for me. Um, and as I said, the only reason why I brought that up is because I heard the gentleman earlier was saying that it's hard for blacks to open up a business and stay in business because we don't have the information that we need to have to stay in the business, or we don't know how to get the licensing. That's why I was saying, if you want to open a business, before you do get whatever counseling, I think Black Majority, as he stated, he has that experience for 25 years. So if you all are looking to open a business, link up with him. He can help guide you, let you know whatever type of material that you need to thrive and open your business and get whatever licensing that you need. What I've seen happen, even in other cases, I have a friend who lives down in the majority of my connections are all in the South. I do have some family members and friends on the North side, but I have a friend, get back on topic, I have a friend in Florida. And in Florida, they opened up a liquor, and they went through what you all are talking about today with a liquor licensing. The reason why they went through that is when they opened their bar, they got their business license. They did not focus on, they got a food license. They did not focus solely on a liquor license, and they had to do the fine they had for having liquor without having the liquor license. So a lot of stuff that we can avoid, sometimes we don't avoid because we don't have the information. The information is there. You have great people in the community that can help guide you on how to get the information so you don't run into those hurdles and problems that you could avoid.
I'm so glad you came back up because it reminds me of another situation where I went to my local state rep, right? And this is a function of government. So these state reps have offices normally in the community that they serve. And they all have this information, this business information. Not only do they have business information, but they have contracting information with the state. The problem is, and the other thing is, their office is supposed to be an advocate for the people in the community. They're actually supposed to be helping the people in their community get these state contracts, get these small business loans, these grants, etc. The problem is the system is so corrupt that, like Jim Clyburn in South Carolina, they funnel money to their family members and their associates, so it never actually gets to the Black people in the community. That's something that we would absolutely change. We would have accountability for it, up into including criminal charges. This is because I thought about it when you first said it, and then when you came back up, it reminded me. I went to the office, somewhat of a warm reception, because they probably thought I was just coming in for the standard routine, whatever the issue was. But as soon as I said, look, I want to get into contracting, the entire mood of the whole office changed, and it was staffed by all Black people. Ironically, very interesting. They ended up giving me a book about the state contracting. It was about as thick as a telephone book, but no actual assistance. I think their function had been essentially trying to help with affordable housing. Essentially, that seemed to have been what they focused most of their energy on. So that's another opportunity and or resource that Black American communities should have. But again, this is just my experience. I don't know if anybody else has experienced that, but it's not being properly given to the community. And in my opinion, these representatives should be providing outreach classes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I just wanted to add that. Mouthpiece came up. If you wanted to say something, go for it.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to go ahead and piggyback off what you were saying with pretty much the culture with small business is just not there with Black people. Like I came from the Army, so they have all of these veteran assistants,
to do the housing program, and they'll walk you through the housing program, veteran assistance with all of the small business loans, franchisees, all of this stuff. And that's really kind of what we're missing with Black people. Sure, we do have SBA out there and other programs, but nothing that's really going to guide you through it. And it's not encouraged. Like, we don't really just have the culture that keeps on like, hey, if you need to do this, here's this Black organization that does this for you. Like, hey, and then that Black organization is always telling you about this stuff as well. Like that, really, that's one of the issues that we come across, is that, we don't have that reinforcement of, hey, keep on doing this. And then you run into issues like what you were saying, like, hey, you go to these places and then they have, it's all nepotism, and there should be a healthy amount of nepotism, but once it gets too corrupt, you can't even get into these things. That starts to pollute the whole society. But yeah, man, I was just wanted to go ahead and piggyback off of that, and I did read the book. Obviously, it was a great book, man. So I always want to hear about it again.
Oh man, thank you. You're probably the first person that I've given a copy or that has bought a copy that said they actually read it. So I really, really appreciate that. I want to say the other thing about the corruption of this particular state rep's office was this was a historically Black neighborhood, and it was undergoing gentrification at the time. And not only was it undergoing, today, this is probably 10 years later, gentrification is complete in that area. And they've pushed all the Black people out who can't afford to stay there. And now it's essentially like, it's white, it's Asian, it's, India, people from
Listen,
India.
man, we gotta stop saying gentrification. Because first of all, the gentry is supposed to be some nice white people. This is small scale recolonizing. That's literally like they're just moving in and displacing you. Like, it's not like, why are we calling them gentry? This is asshole. Like, that's some dumb shit. Pardon my French, but like, we take a word and we're like, oh, that's what it is. But then the baked inside really, really cut us up. Like, why are they gentry? They're invading again. And like, they're displacers. They're not gentrifiers. They're literally displacers. So we gotta stop using words that make it look like what they're doing is some natural process instead of some intentional fuck shit. Oh, sorry. That just got me mad.
Agreed. I mean, I think most of us, when we hear gentrification, we recoil because we know it means everything that you just stated. But I can't agree or disagree at all with what you stated. Colonization is absolutely what is occurring, and that's why I think when I started talking about business contracts to this particular office, everybody sort of, their whole attitude changed, because they knew way before everybody else what was coming. Is more than likely that this rep was getting kickbacks or had some, he was buying up all the property in some way, shape, or form so he can make a profit, whatever the case may be. But there was definitely some corrupt activity occurring for sure. Will left Rich.
Yes, sir. Thanks for letting me speak again. I just wanted to comment back on what you said. Whenever you experience something like that, when the state representative is not doing what they're supposed to be doing, and you notice that the funding is not going there, you have to, and I believe you have the pull, you have the power to get these people out of that seat. Because what ends up happening is whenever they do something bad, we turn a blind eye or we don't do anything about it. No, when you have a voice, that's why I love grassroots organizations. when you have a voice in the community and you have the support behind you, you can start almost making things happen that you want to see happen. I'm sorry that it happened to you, but I want to let you know that there is something that you can do about that. Get them out of there, man. Get them out of there. Don't give up and keep pushing the people forward, brother.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. My mind is geared differently. Everything I see is not fix it from the inside. And I know that's what we've been taught, is get inside, fix from the inside. Protest, like you said, file a complaint, vote somebody new in. The way my brain works is to take over the systems that we can completely, totally take over, and then that way we don't have that problem. We eliminate that issue. And even when the issue comes up, as we stated before, there are criminal charges to be done against these people, not just removing them from office, but actually charging them based on their crimes against the population, against the public. So that's sort of how I think now. But I respect that for people who are still living in these environments and who do come across situations like that. That is very good advice. So thank you for that. I want to ask Mouthpiece, did you when you read the book, did anything stand out for you? Because we're in the first chapter, and I'm actually going to start reading from it. But it looks like we're like 30 pages into the first chapter. So was there anything that you didn't like? Because that's the most important part. And then was there anything that stood out for you?
In honesty, the one that actually did stand out, I know this is probably a little off topic, was the point about I forget what island it was, but how they kind of changed gender at puberty. That was like one of the big points. That was one of the big points I do remember. But beyond that, I kind of just absorbed it all, so I can't really remember like from where, like what chapter or whatnot. But I can go ahead and definitely read it again, and have a better discussion maybe next week or we're on it.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, that is I think that's a genetic condition, but there is this small group of people that they are asexual until they reach puberty, like he stated, and it's a pure. I mean, these are poor people, like very poor people. So they're not influenced by Hollywood or whatever. LGBT is nothing like that. But I was making the argument for a third category of naturally transgendered people in this book, and that essentially put all of these LGBTQ-isms into their own gender category, which would require a third bathroom and separate facilities that would include sports, sports. So just like there's a Paralympics and there's a disabled Olympics, there would have to be some type of trans Olympics, essentially giving them the dignity that they deserve, whatever the case may be, and giving them their own facilities so that their facilities don't commingle with native-born women and native-born men, especially young children. I think I just saw a thing recently of a school situation where a trans child raped a girl inside of a high school bathroom. I think there was another report of a prisoner who was trans, ended up raping a bunch of women in the prison, and I think he got one or two of them pregnant. So, he, she, whatever the pronoun is for that particular individual, that would mean you would need prison facilities that were separate for that particular gender. So that's how I dealt with it in the book. I've thought about it a lot, because I got to revise the book. I think I'm pretty firm on that. just because of you got conservative states that are creating laws to almost like outlaw trans people, quote unquote. I think there was just a ruling where they said it doesn't exist at all. Essentially, if you're born a boy, you're a boy. If you're born a girl, you're a girl, and there's no special whatever exceptions to that. So I know that's one. There's another controversial thing. Some people may think it's controversial. Some people may not. That's definitely one that is in the controversial lane. But I took the time to really try to understand it and just say, again, if we're going to protect Black Americans, we've got to protect all Black Americans. And I think that is the way to do it. And so that was the reason why I went down that direction. So, and that, in my opinion, protects naturally born young women and young men more than anything, and especially in sports, and obviously incarceration, because we're having issues there. But I think as society grew with that as a template, it just wouldn't be an issue at all, at some point, hopefully. But that's interesting. So I'll just start reading from the book, unless we have someone else that wants to add, something here at this juncture. That part is, I don't know if that's in the second chapter, third chapter, but it's coming up in the book, and we can talk about that in more depth once we get there. But so I'll just start reading. Okay, so we stopped at, it was actually page 45 the last time. And I think we got through like 10 pages the last time. So, America is a sickness. Countless exonerated innocent Black men and well-publicized U.S. government involvement in the global drug trade, wars for drugs, war on drugs, Iran-Contra, Oliver North, Elliot Abrams, Mafia, FBI, CIA, informant testimony, Barry Seal, over a 1,000% Afghanistan rise in heroin production after the 2001 U.S. military invasion, U.S. soldiers guarding poppy field production, and every 20th century war that came with a major increase in illegal drugs trafficked into the United States and other major markets around the world. With endless other provable examples of U.S. government illegal drug trafficking onto the streets of Black male American neighborhoods, including multiple cities with multiple police officers arrested for illegal drug and human trafficking. Now, right away, the apologists will scream, no one put a gun to the Black people's heads and made them use illegal drugs. Take government handouts, have multiple children by fathers out of wedlock, etc., etc., etc. Except the truth is that when the massive power of the U.S. federal government and its many tentacles conspire to destroy a population, it almost always succeeds by creating the environment for failure, by making it easier to have access to illegal drugs, booze, guns, and fatherless homes as a requirement for government survival assistance, especially as a condition of receiving child support. The U.S. government explicitly and implicitly could foresee the ultimate planned outcome. Current estimates say over 70% of Black babies are born to a single parent, with over 60% of Black children living in single-parent homes. Planned Parenthood is planned destruction of the Black family. Now, since writing this book, I want to talk about that part. I have become extremely aware of the power of co-parenting and how much Black fathers are actively involved in their children's lives. So co-parenting is something that we must give a lot of credit to and understanding, and at least that does mitigate some of these issues that involve single parent homes. So we want to encourage Black fathers to be actively involved in their children's lives as much as possible, no matter what the situation and circumstances. Family court is used to destroy Black families. They actually want to take the Black child out of the home, so they will use all of the mechanisms available to them. They definitely want to take the Black father out. Once you break up the family, then the mother is a little more susceptible to them being able to take the child out of the home. So it's another system that's just set up to destroy the Black family. Add instances of self-medicating, PTSD, suffering, mental health crisis from slavery, Jim Crow, second-class segregation, overt racism, and injustice in all aspects of life, especially in any government agency interactions, and you end up in a situation where the only expected outcome is exactly what happened and would happen to any population subjugated to such continuously executed horrid living conditions. Only as is factual, white males would have committed suicide en masse if subjected to the same treatment of waged war against their own government. This shit has to stop. The only way to ensure it does stop is within the borders of a Black state. We need to move, motivate other Black families to move, create businesses, purchase property, establish residency, and vote for people who actually represent our collective Black needs. Fairness needs to be the most important need of all. Thugs can't help us. Gangs can't participate. Preachers can't hold power. Career politicians can't be allowed to take over the Black migration. Exploitation of the Black race ends now. So I'm gonna stop here. The thugs, oftentimes I see in posts where people say we need the shooters, and they use a bunch of different terms, but they're essentially talking about gangbangers in the community who are essentially destroying the Black community. But a lot of people, for whatever reason, post and they say we need them to go out and put in work. We need them to go out and protect the community. We need them to essentially be a police force in the Black community. And I always push back against that. Without massive training and re-education and rehabilitation of the way that they think, these are cancers on the Black community. They are not protectorates of the Black community. They don't think in that way. They think in very selfish ways. I can say it because I used to be out in that environment as a teenager. So you think in terms of your group. You want to protect the people in your group, but that does not extend to the community at all in any way, shape, or form. You essentially see the community as a place to earn income. And the income typically is through criminal activity. And so this is not a group that you can look at and say, in their current mental state, that these are people who are going to protect us, because they're not, especially as a Black majority society, because they would see this as an opportunity to have protection from us and coverage from us, when the opposite is true. They are a cancer to a Black majority society of hardworking people, and we have to root them out. It has to be a zero tolerance policy, and so that we can get them into rehabilitation. And if that has to occur through the criminal court system that we control, where we have social workers, we have advocates, we have mentorship, we have training that actually gives these people the opportunity to think of things in a much different way. And that kind of goes for nonviolent offenders. If there's violent offenders, they have to be dealt with harshly, with very little mercy, to be perfectly honest, because I have no mercy for an individual who kills a child. There was an 18-month-old baby Black boy who was shot in broad daylight in a drive-by shooting in my town about a week ago. They caught the driver. The shooter is still on the run. They've actually been putting up billboards to try to catch this guy. But he's like 6 feet tall, 200-something pounds, huge young black male who decided on this day to shoot indiscriminately into a vehicle and killed this little boy. So that person, to me, I have no mercy for that person at all whatsoever. That's why, in my opinion, these are not the people that we need to look for protection or anything else like that. We need to hire and train police officers who come from our community, who want to protect our community, and have the full support of the political system in order for them to do that. Preachers can't hold power. So I've posted a lot recently over the past few months about the preachers who get into politics and then they promote genocide of the black community. They mostly all of these black preachers who would become Democrat elected officials are massive proponents of genocidal abortion in the black community. And I always post a picture of Jesse Jackson, who, before the Democrats bought him and turned him into a puppet, he had written about the genocide of abortion. He had speeches about the genocide of the black community through abortion. He's quoted, talking about how this genocide of abortion would be of the black community. And then once they got a hold of them, he completely did a 180. He completely betrayed the black community. He was someone who had that voice who could have stopped 20 million, because this was very early on in the abortion campaign. He could have stopped the death of 20 million babies, and our population would be double what it is today. And we would have much more political power, and likely would be the majority in a state like Mississippi or Alabama, where we're like 40% of the population already. So this was a major turning point in black liberation movements coming out of the 60s and 70s, and it really did massive damage to our community. So I don't trust these black preachers who get political authority under the Democrat Party at all.
Tell me, what do you think is the reason why the black church, the black church started to what's that word I'm looking for, to
betray?
Yeah, or abortion. Why? Yeah, because if I can remember back in the 60s, well, I was born in 66, but in the 70s and 80s, the black church seemed to be very conservative and against abortions. Well, I'm from the South, but it seemed like now they don't even talk about abortion anymore. But I think the black preachers in the South were very against abortion back in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, so the South is a different animal. There are actual liberals, Democrats who are pro-life down there because, again, like you said, it's a conservative electorate. And in the South, you can actually be a black pastor. The Republicans have a lieutenant governor in North Carolina who is pro-life. He's a black preacher. There was a time where he could have been a Democrat down there, if he chose to go that route. But I think most people who I've heard from talk about it say that when the black church became these 501c3 organizations and they started getting grant money from either the government or from private organizations, they essentially were neutered in their political, speech in terms of protecting black Americans as a population. So they're likely liberal leaning because You know, the liberals are wholly against Black Americans, period. There's no question about that. They are true enemies, and they always have been. But I think it's rooted in the fact that they get paid, they get money, in order to remain silent for the most part. Miss Judge came up to speak.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Glad to see you made it to the space.
Yeah, I could be here for a minute. I always want to check it out. And I just came in on the tail end, so I didn't hear everything. But I'm trying to get just what you were just saying. But let me ask you, how do you feel about having children out of wedlock?
You know, that's honestly, not the ideal.
Honestly.
Yeah, it's not the ideal. But the damage of having an abortion versus having a child, I think, is much more damaging to us as a macro population that are politically captive in this country. See, we live in a majority rule country. You know, even though it's set up through representation, which is the republic part of the democracy that we live in, it's still majority rule. And we are under genocide physically and through abortion in this country. And so by limiting our population growth, they limit our political authority. They also limit our ability to compete against them in every area of society, through business, through employment, through education. But at the same time, see, here's what's interesting about it. While they have been limiting our population, they've been bringing in immigrants since the early 1900s by the millions. So on one hand, you have a population that they politically target for genocide, and at the same time, they're bringing in every other racial group from around the planet, especially the Mexicans and the Europeans, but increasingly more and more from African countries and other places like that. So, and matter of fact, from my understanding, the Asian population in this country is expected to really explode over the next few decades. So, you got to. I look at everything from a very nationwide basis when it comes to abortion, especially, and how it affects us. I'm not so much concerned about the individual level, but you know, it's like this. And I wanted to post this, but I'll say it here. They've killed off half of our population through abortion. 50% of our population. When abortion became legal, we only had 22 million people in this country. They've killed off 22 million of our children. So effectively, when abortion became legal in 1973, they wiped out every Black American that existed at that time. If the same thing happened to the white population, that I believe is, I want to say it's 260. It might be a little higher than that, but let's just say it's 200 just to make it easy. If there's 200 million of them and their population was cut down to 100 million, and we are at even still with us being at 40 million, you know, I hope we all understand the difference in terms of our opportunities across this country.
Let's talk about it. Well, can you hear me? I'm breaking up. Let's talk about it because so what I hear you saying is that you're more concerned with quantity over quality. You think quantity is the problem? It's not quality.
Look, a judge now, yes, in a super majority Black state, right? We're going to encourage 2-parent families, right? We're going to encourage, we're going to give incentive, we're going to give support. And once we do all that, you know, I think that should cut down on single mothers in a super majority Black state.
You're gonna encourage, okay, because
encourage 2-parent families.
Okay,
we're going to encourage 2-parent
family. Are we not encouraging that today?
The state is not. The government is not.
Okay, but
They don't get any encouragement to black families, two-parent black families. They don't encourage us. They don't give no support. They don't give
Black
no incentives.
American. Your name is Black American 33. Well, Black American 33. You know what? Okay, because it's a lot here, and I don't want to get too deep, and I'm just listening. But
Okay.
one of the issues with us is that we have concerns about being the minority, and what a lot of us think is that our vote doesn't count. But what Black people don't recognize is that we are the deciding factor. The problem is not quantity, is the cohesion that we need to have. What's more concerning to me is our consciousness and our cohesion. In terms of population, and I serve a good God, and I think everything has divine order, and I truly believe we are the chosen one. They are going to, I mean, look at them. Responsible for their own demise. I think more importantly, we need to focus on the consciousness of Black people. I come in these rooms, and as I say this, I get anxiety. My heart starts to race, and I struggle with the words coming because I recognize the problem, and I get fear on how I'm going to resolve the issue. I come in these rooms, and I'm constantly overwhelmed with negative thoughts, negative this and negative that. To be successful is to discuss things of positive, what we do well, what we can do well, how can we improve our situations, how can we improve our consciousness, and then I think ultimately we will become in a better place. You know, the abortion thing I think is really very touchy. I read a book called Freakonomics a while ago, and I don't know. I was very fortunate. I was raised by an alcoholic mother, but an alcoholic mother that preached education. So I'm college educated. Okay. So I grew up and was raised by a mother probably below the poverty line, but because she instilled education to me, and I'm a grown woman with grown kids, and I can count my sex partners on one hand. I don't give myself freely like that. So if you're following along, but I'm I'm a unicorn. I'm not the typical. I think more than concerning ourselves with abortion, I think we need to teach our people to abstain. And sex is not about an activity or a feel good. Sex is about intimacy. That would probably, does that make sense? Because it sounds like that you might be okay with is children having kids and they don't even have an education in poverty. You talked about a young man that shot a gun into a car with a child. Let's think about that kid's background. Where did he come from? Possibly he's a child of a teenage mother. Am I making sense here, you guys? And I not want to debate what you're saying. I just want us to open our eyes and look at the big picture on how we're going to grow and become better. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I respect what you're saying, and it makes sense if you're thinking about us staying integrated in a society that's controlled by white Americans. It makes perfect sense if you think in that way. To think about this young gentleman who probably had a single parent home, and may or may not had quality interactions with his father, and made a really terrible decision that ended in the death of a young child. However, again, we deal with macro issues. So we look at our entire population and we say, what is the best political strategy for us to not be minorities, to actually be the majority and actually have control over as much of our environment as possible? And the way that we do that is by migrating to states so that we become the majority population and we can change the entire environment of the citizens within the state so that situations like that do not occur. And yes, I would choose quantity over quality because I don't believe that there's not a quality individual of Black American descent. I believe the environment has created situations where people have fallen through the cracks of society, but that's intentional. That's white American control. They're totally responsible for everything that happens under their watch because they are in control of everything. And these individual decisions occur under their authority. And so while I do agree, being able to come alongside of a young black man and try to raise him up and give him the education and tools that he needs not to make horrible decisions is something that we absolutely must do. But we can't do that in a captive environment, which we currently live in for everybody. We have to get control over the systems, and then we can actually do it for everybody. And that will limit those instances where somebody is going to make a really, really bad decision. But I want quantity. I want our numbers to be twice what they are today. And then in 20 years, I want them to be 3 times as much as they are today so that we can take over more states. The reason that they have practiced population control against us because they hate us and because they do not want us to be in control of our own environment. So abortion is a major function of that. There's other functions, of course, no question, but that is the major function of population control against us specifically, and no other group.
Well, I really appreciate what you're saying. I'm developing a Black Party. We the Black Party. I believe that we need legislation, we need protection, and I respect what you're saying. I think as a people, one of the things, I have a plan. I love Black people, and it's my intention to liberate Black people. And if you knew who I was, you know that I'm very serious about that. I love Black people. Um, One of the issues is that we are not part of the system. I love what you're doing. I think it's amazing, and I definitely think it's going to work. Um, I think there's multiple groups of Black people in this country. We have our own ideas and our own thoughts. And I'm hoping in the near future that we all can consolidate to be able to work through our differences, the things that we don't agree, but focus on the big picture. And the big picture is liberation. The big picture is us no longer being subservient to the white power structure. So I appreciate you, and I appreciate everything you're doing, and I believe in you, and I support you. Okay.
Absolutely, thank you. I believe you. I support you. Let me know because I saw your post about the political party. Let me know about it. I'll retweet it. I'd love to have a conversation about it. Let me give some information. So when they started importing these poor white Europeans in the early 1900s or even late 1800s, I believe the number was like 30 million, 32 million, or somewhere north of 30 million of these poor Europeans that came into the country at a time when America was really black and white. There were a few Asians, there may be a few of other populations, but it essentially was black and white. And we had majority population in 2 or 3 states. And then we were very close to 50% population in about 5 or 6 states at that time when they started bringing in all these Europeans and again, they reinforce the white population so that they can maintain control as a majority population. If things were left to, if we were left to our natural devices, we would have eventually become the majority population. Okay, this is just strictly from a strategic, militaristic, political mindset. Now, if they brought in 30 million poor white Europeans over the course of like 60 years or so, and then in 1965, when we fought for them to open up immigration to all of the African diaspora, and then they passed that legislation. It actually didn't just open up for them; it opened up for everybody across the world at that point in time, through our civil rights efforts. Since 1965, I'm looking at this online, nearly 40 million immigrants have come into the U.S. 40 million more outsiders have come into the country while they've killed off over 20 million of our children. See, that's militarily, politically, even socially, that is the problem. Like, the reality of it is, and this is very hard information to find, but Black Americans, we are the original Americans, regardless of when we got here, if we were here before the Europeans, whatever the case may be. Our generations of families have been here the longest because the British have died off. The original white families have essentially died off. There are some of them, but that's not the significant portion of white America. The significant portion of white America are immigrants. I think it's like 50% of their population have generations that go back beyond 4 or 5 generations. The majority of their population is immigrants. Of course, the majority of the Mexican population are immigrants. And so the problem with America that we don't understand, because it's all about majority rule, it's all about population, it's all about numbers, is that they've been bringing in people to keep us at the bottom of the totem pole, politically, socially, financially, and every other way possible. And they all get together and form alliances against us. And so no amount of quality of our population spread out across this country is going to be able to defend ourselves nationally against the onslaught of them continuing to bring in all of these immigrants into the country.
Well, can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Because I mean, I don't agree with you. But which is okay. I'm open to learning and listening. And for me, when I say quality, I'm talking about being strategic, because I think what dictates what goes on in America is the top 10 percentile. It's not the average Joe that dictates what goes on in America. And to give you an example, it's like the NRA. The NRA has such a hold on the Republican Party because they back them financially, right? Am I correct in saying that? And so what I'm referring to is power, okay? And we have power amongst cohesion, and I believe I'm going to have struggles in life, but I serve a good God. When we're on the same page, brother, when we think the same, and we vote the same, and we understand the idea of linked fate, that our fate is linked based on how we move and what we do. That's why I'm developing a Black Party, where the Black Party will have a vision. My vision is to have weight in goals, have weight like influence. If candidates are running, if we have demonstrated the power of the Black Party, they're going to be at our mercy. What we do not understand is that we think that our vote doesn't count. What we don't get is that we are the decision maker. But for Black people, Joe Biden wouldn't be president. We put him in office, okay? With our minimum being a minority in this country. What more cohesion and cohesiveness. We need to like stunt and show them that we are together and we're always going to be together. See, that's the problem. The problem is we lack cohesion. Once we demonstrate to the white supremacist collective conscious America that we are going to learn to be down for each other, put us first, that's when they're going to begin to fear us. They don't fear us now because we lack cohesion. And that's a work in process. I'm not mad at you about the quality thing. You know what? We're moving in that direction. You know what? If you prove me wrong, you prove me wrong. I think that we need to look for different solutions. So I'm open to different solutions. As another brother that's doing something similar, his strategy is similar to yours. I think it's going to take many different ways for us to come out of this situation that we've been in our entire lives. So my goal is for us to have cohesion and us to understand that we have to learn to put ourselves first, our group first. Do you understand what I'm saying? When these other companies, they get what they want because they flex them because they have the power. Do you understand what I'm saying? We also have that power. We just lack the cohesion. Does that make sense?
Yes, correct. The Black American Political Party. I definitely believe that we need our own political party. But what we're going to do with that political party is we're going to use that political party to control the state, and then we can exercise U.S. constitutional powers through that political party and the state. You understand that?
Definitely understand it.
Because the state has this. Because the state has all the power. There's two institutions or entities that has power in the United States: the federal government and the 50 states. Right? The federal government has its delegated powers, and the 50 states has its reserve and share power. Right? So if Black Americans control the state, then we can exercise U.S. constitutional power through the state. That will give us a structure. That will give us control of critical infrastructure. It will give us organization. It will give us a hierarchy of authority. The state will give us everything we need to do what we need to protect and do whatever we need to do
and prosper,
for the Black community.
And prosper,
right? Correct.
I'm not mad at you. And let me share one more thing with you because I have big plans. I got a lot going on, and I'm struggling to get it all done. One of the other things that I want to utilize, see, I'm talking to Black people because I need y'all to come get down with me. We have to learn how to use the power of boycott. See, brother, you want power. Okay, and I'm gonna show you how to get. I'm gonna tell you how to get power. See, my people need to learn the power of boycott. If every Black person, if my Black party grows to the extent that I want, and every Black person, we said we're not spending discretionary spending for the next 30 days, they're gonna feel it. See, the powers that be know our power. They know our economic power. When y'all see all these commercials and shows where they are focusing on Black people, you see these commercials, it's not because they want to be inclusive, because they understand our power economically. Okay? See, it's a lot. It's I have a plan, and I plan on utilizing different techniques. And one of the things that I want my people to learn, just like during COVID, we was home for 2020. We didn't go anywhere. We stayed home. We saved our money, and we stayed in the house. If we do that, if Black people do that, if I've got a Black party with 3 million Black people, and 3 million Black people stay home and don't spend their money for 60 days because they want something, they negotiating something, they gonna see me and hear me. You understand what I'm saying, brother?
I understand. Now tell me this: what do you think of the states? Do you think the states have power? The 50 states, the states like Georgia.
That was one of the issues with COVID. One of the issues that we had with COVID is that the states were individually they were not on the same page. That's why. Oh, you know what? America did a horrible job with COVID. You guys know that, right? And one of the reasons being is because every state did whatever they wanted to do. And I do understand the state level. Like here in California, the reparation thing is in California, and I don't know about that. Like, you know what? I just don't trust these white people, and I hate to even say it like that. I don't trust them. Okay, I don't trust them. So,
hey, Judge, a good example. To be honest, right? I live outside of the country, right? And I'm looking at the United States to see what they did for COVID, right? And I'm like, wow, man, America, man, they doing great. Cause look, this is what America did compared to other countries, especially where I live right now. Look, the first American they came up with the COVID-19 medicine, right? The 2 or 3 American companies, they came up with the drug. Okay. They started giving money to that were unemployed. It was like Some people got $700 a week. Some people got $1,000 a week. It was incredible. Look, the country I lived in, right? The people didn't get nothing. Like some people, if you really poor, they'll give you $100 a month if you really poor. And then what they were doing is, if you middle class, they were giving like $50 to $100 worth of food every 2 weeks or something like that. So where I was living, I said, man, they didn't do nothing for their population. But the thing that they were giving out in America, it was like incredible. And look, and then the country I live in, they didn't have the infrastructure to make the medicine for the COVID. So they was totally dependent on America donating medicine to their country for what I can't even think of the word to help their country.
You're in a third world country.
I'm in a third world country right now, and look, and most
but America's not a third world country, and it's not the money that we get. It's not the money. I think my daughter got $1,000 a week for like 3 months. So I ain't mad at you, but I don't. It's not the money. You know what? Because I love America. That's why I'm American, and I'm proud to be an American because we do have resources. I'm talking about how people got sick and died. That's what my concern was. How many people died of COVID? Not the financial thing. I think that they didn't handle it very well. And I think it had to do with individual states and not being on the same page. But what I'm referring to is I'm comparing America to another country that is economically on the same economic playing field as America. I know third world countries, but America didn't do a good job for COVID, y'all. So.
Right.
And I'm going to report on that vaccine. The reason why people still get like COVID's back. I don't know if y'all know that, and I'm in LA. COVID's back. COVID high. Now our COVID numbers.
Hey, Judge, you breaking up? Hey, Greg, can you hear her? I can't hear her.
Oh, I don't want to get too much into a debate about the vaccine, but
okay.
I don't trust the vaccine, and I think one of the reasons why COVID took so long to go away, I think vaccinated people were passing COVID, and that's because I look at numbers. I'm really good with numbers. COVID was higher in December 2021 than it was the year before, and when there was no vaccine. The purpose of the vaccine is to make people feel safe, to go back to work, to start doing business. Like all that money you said they was giving people, the government didn't want to give any more money. They want businesses back in business so they can pay their taxes and so they can get people off unemployment. That's what that vaccine was about. The vaccine was not about saving lives. Because it's impossible for you to come with a vaccine in 6 months. When you don't even, it takes you more than 6 months to even study something. So I hear what you're saying, but in terms of the COVID vaccine, that was about capitalism. That wasn't about saving lives.
Agreed. Mr. Kevin came up to speak. Did you want to add something in here?
Yeah, she touched on some great points as far as with the COVID situation, but it really did focus in on capitalism as far as what we're going through and the backlash of this money that they was giving out for goods that wasn't really reproduced at the time. So, the vaccination situation she's speaking on, yeah, I agree with her 100%. You need at least 2 years for a vaccine to be qualified. But if we all going to be the test subjects, then there's tech gods made billions in a year. So, it definitely dealt a blow to lower class and everything. But what I feel like Judge is really making some valid points. I love what she said about as far as with the boycott and situation, but the Black Americans of today, they don't understand. We're not going to sacrifice that type of way that those that had less than us.
I love you, Black man. I love you, Black man. Don't say that. So, you got to be positive. Yeah, you will. They're going to follow.
I'm being positive.
No. I'm telling you about leaders. You see, I'm a leader. and they will follow. Once they know and once they see, trust me, brother. I ain't what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying.
I'm not denouncing anything. I'm not denouncing anything. You dead on, you right, and you definitely got a leader mind state for what you're saying. And I'm not doing that. But we be faced with tough decisions we gonna try to overlook, and we're not gonna be able to look. When you was making the quantity and the quality thing, yeah. And he was talking about the gangbangers and the using of everything. We have to use every avenue. There's no avenue that we should be ruling out when it comes to advancement of black people in this country. There's no avenue we should rule out. Like we going to agree and disagree on so many levels based off of really where we are in the world as far as states and cities and parts like that, and where we are financially as well. So a lot of decisions gonna come based off of where we are in the world as our 2 feet firm on the ground, where we raising our families and things like that. So in many different states and cities, the cities might be the same as far as how they're executing their plan on us, and then it might be executed a little different in the rural areas, but it's still going to be executed towards black people. So the fight and the means of which people choosing to fight, they may differ, but they all are going to be necessary because of we are displaced in so many different portions of the United States. So I'm not knocking nobody's plan. I think, yes, we need political power. Yes, I think we need a black state. I think we need everything that's on the table. But how can we execute without making it look like we condemning the next person for trying their method a different way? Every method is just for us to advance and has some equality, has some base, so we can fight and we could make sure that those that don't want to be a part of the movement or what we're doing can be singled out and handled in a way that it deter anybody else from going that route. So I'll agree with a lot of things that the judge is saying as far as the black majority state and everybody that we're talking about. But we have to come to an understanding that for those in Tennessee, it might have a different way, and for those in Philly, it might be a different way.
Kevin, can I talk to you?
Sure.
So, Kevin, I want to talk to you, and I'm going to say this to you, and I'm really apprehensive. Normally, okay, I'm developing a black party, right? And one of my goals and objectives is to create movement, okay, where I'm going to teach and influence. I'm not comfortable saying this to you in this forum because one of the issues as a people, what we struggle with, and as I say this, you guys, I'm very honest about what I'm saying, how I feel. I get anxiety and I want to cry because I know who we are in our situation. As a people, we are consistently made to feel like we're nothing and we're nobody. And because of that, our ego comes in control. And we want to prove that we're right and we're smart and we're worthy. And we put that over. And as I say that, my stomach gets sick because that's what it got us fucked up. Okay. I want to say this to you, and I want to say it respectfully. Normally, I wouldn't do this in this form because I wouldn't want to offend you. How you're talking and what you're saying, and this is because of our condition, you keep on thinking about why it will not work.
Oh, I don't think like that.
No, listen to me, baby. I was married to a man like that. Okay.
I don't think like that.
But what I want you, okay, so in your mind you might think differently, but you gotta be mindful of what you're saying. When we talk and while we're talking, each time when I come in these rooms, I always hear my people talking about the other man or our coons or the people in our community that's fucked up. Excuse me. And I know we're overwhelmed with that. How we are become successful is we think about what we're going to do to focus on what's good. Let me tell you something. I worked with corporate America. I worked for Wells Fargo. And Wells Fargo was a good to great company. We would have conversations every week. And if someone got on a call and they sound negative, they would correct them. They were shunned. We were always encouraged. Now, I learned from being a black person who grew up in the Bronx in a certain environment. I learned to think differently. We would be on a call. If anyone was negative, if anyone spoke obstacles, they were shunned. We were taught to stay positive. How it can go on. What's going to stop us from creating our.
Hey, Judge, you're breaking up a little bit.
One of the things that I was taught, instead of focusing on what's going to stop us, what's going to get in our way, we need to focus on how we're going to get there. Black people are tenacious. They're smart. They're loving. And believe it or not, they want to make you think they're not. We are very loyal. How many times that you have problems in your household, in your neighborhood, and people show up? We are very loyal. This country keeps trying to frame us to be something that we're not. And then because the country is framing us as this, the media, even my own people are looking at each other sideways, not trusting. That's one, when you talk about what they do to us, how they got their foot on our neck because they're the majority, and how they rule and they determine what we see and so forth. That's one of the problems. See, I look at things analytically and figure out how we're going to fix it. Yeah, we are the minority, but I look at our strengths, our opportunities, and how we're going to win. So I said to you, Kevin, I'm going to ask you before, because I believe you are a leader and you want the best for us. When you're talking, when you're thinking, make an effort to think about how we going to do this, how we going to get there, right? That's why I come in this room. Y'all talking about doing big shit, and I'm down with it. Okay, but to get there, we got how we going to get. Yeah.
Judge, I think of resolve. I think of ways how we can resolve the issue to not have the future generations continue on dealing with the bullshit that our ancestors been dealing with, that my grandparents been dealing with, that my parents been dealing with, that I'm now dealing with. So I'm thinking about resolve. And the pushback with my people always be about those who are not willing to take the chance, the sacrifice to do these things. And I never look at anything in a negative output as what we can't do. It's what we are supposed to be doing, because I have this receipts of people with less the resources than I have now in the day that was doing the same thing. So I'm not looking at it in a negative standpoint. I'm looking for resolve. But I always have the issue with my own kind, because a lot of them are looking for immediate gratification as far as putting in the work for things that will work out down the line. So when we'll talk more and get to understand, you'll understand I'm a man of trying to find resolve for my future, my youth. Because like I said, most of the people in this room of age, over the age of 40, and they've been in and putting in work and researching and doing what they can on the ground in their own little way. So I'm not here to talk about the negative. I don't have negativity in my view of how we can get this done. I'm looking for resolve. I don't want the thing to keep happening to my son. He's 12, or to anybody, future sons and daughters out here. So I'm looking for resolve.
What I heard you say is that your people are looking for immediate gratification. Black men, human beings in general, are looking for immediate gratification.
Some of my people are looking for
you hear what I'm saying? See, what happens is, babe, I want you to please just listen to what I'm saying to you, okay?
I listened to you for a while, but you never listened to me. You just
no, I heard I
you picking through my comments, and you're not really talking to me. You're talking down on what you're presuming me my mentality to be. You're not really talking. I told you about that ego.
Remember I told you about that ego getting in the way.
There's no ego in the way. I'm trying to understand.
Okay, what I heard you say is that your people are looking for immediate gratification.
Some of my people. That means the opposition.
But what I want to tell you, that's the American way. It's not just your people. The other man is the same way. Let me tell you something. I worked in many areas of corporate America. I'm an overachiever. The reason why I'm an overachiever, because motherfuckers are average. It don't take a lot to be better than average. So what I hear you saying is black people don't want to put in the time and the work. And I don't agree with you. I think that's a human thing. I think that's an American thing. I don't think
I'm on the ground with them every day. I'm talking to the youth ages 19 and under for the past 12 years. I've been dealing on the ground with this, and it's like you can say that. I don't know if I'm saying it right. You see, working on the grassroots to the ground roots, and my youth have to understand their potential and their power and their history in order for them to change their mind state. They're embracing a lot of stuff that's giving them immediate gratification, but in the long run, it ain't helping them at all. We still running in place. So there's no ego or anything in here. There's no ego or anything in here.
You think I'm negating what you're saying? You think I'm saying?
No, I don't think you are.
You think that I think that the problem that you're identifying is a real problem, and it's not that I want to do. See, you that problem is all over the world, and I'm trying to give you an example. A high school class. 70% of the class is average below. Okay? So what I heard you say, certain people that you work with do not want to work for long-term goals. In a high school class, 70% and less, they have the same mentality. They do just enough to get the grade. Okay? 60% does even less. Only the top 10, 20 that does more. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, we see our people. We see our people through the eyes of white people. How they feel about us, how they feel about us. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
So I'm arrested.
No, that's not how I view it.
I know you're mad.
That's not how I view it.
You gotta think about it. You gotta rest with them. So I'm gonna protect you.
No, that's not how I see it. I grew up in a crack household. My parents was on crack, and they took the system and removed the parent from the household for the resources and everything. Like I'm growing up in the system. I don't fought through the system. And you want to say you're an overachiever? I'm an overachiever as well. There's no way in hell I should have went to college or done any of the things that I did coming from a project environment. But that doesn't have nothing to do with anything. That's
You're the
me
top 20%.
personally.
You're the top 20%.
That's personally me. But what I'm doing is what I feel like I'm doing for the youth is letting them know that there are avenues and ways that we have to go and do things, and it's going to take time, and it ain't going to look good, and it ain't going to feel right, and you're not going to get immediate gratification. It's not going to be accepted by your peers and those around you, and that's the idea. So they can be relentless. So they can be relentless. So they can be deliberate and intentional with what they're trying to do.
Brother, and because in my heart is hurting, Kevin, I want you to hear me. So when you're communicating with these guys, with these kids, you're telling them how hard it's going to be. You're telling them what that is. That because you know why? Because let me tell you something. I was in New York City in 1986. I saw the crack attack. I saw people turn into crackheads in a matter of a week. I was in New York City and a girl was hitting a ruler where I smoked weed. With ruler, and I didn't know what it was. I never put cocaine in my body in my life, and I'm a grown woman with grown kids.
Your parents was on crack?
No, I'm telling you my situation. My parents were not on crack.
Yeah, my parents were.
And I'm trying to tell you this. I saw that in New York City.
And I still got an education. I never missed school. I missed food. I hustled at markets. I pumped gas. You understand?
No, so what you're describing.
And I'm telling them, if you know the easy thing for them.
You're describing the top 20%. Remember I talked to you about the high school?
All I'm saying is, no, listen to me. All I'm saying is, I'm not telling. Of course, the right thing is hard nowadays because what's bad, it seems to be good. They're paying the gangbangers to promote a lot of violence. They're paying the female to degrade themselves. They paying them and all that. So you could get money from doing the easy thing, and the hard thing seems to be left isolated by yourself. You understand what I'm saying? So yes, I'm encouraging them to move forward regardless of the love and the reception that they're getting from their peers and those around them that they love. You have to continue forward. When they got to look at their friends that's pulling up in cars and all the clothes, not because they chose the easier route, because it's immediate gratification. They don't have to be poor and live in poverty at that point in time. But in the long run, it's taking them out of the fight.
Hey, let me interject. Yeah, I'm gonna interject here because I'm gonna get to Marcus after this. But I'm gonna relate this story that I saw. It was a little video, and this is gonna describe Black America as a community under white rule. It was a video of a fish, a goldfish that this little person bought from the little pet store. The goldfish was black, right? And we know they're goldfish, they're supposed to be gold in color, but this fish was black. It was dying, it was sick, okay? So this little kid was like, this is the fish I want, whatever the case. The parents got the fish for them, they took it home. She started loving on this fish, giving it care, putting it in the proper environment, right? Slowly but surely, as this video shows and details, the fish started to get its gold color back. Over time, the fish became completely gold again and healthy and big. That was the other issue, is that the fish had gotten very skinny and weak in its demeanor. They thought the fish was going to die. That is the Black community in America, integrated into the society, weakened politically, scattered across this country. under white rule, under white control, in a white environment where they control everything, so that whatever happens, as I just read through in the book, is a function of their control over the society. All of the ills that affect the black community, and I just ran through how the crack epidemic was pumped into black communities by the federal government, quite literally, in all of its agencies, whether official or not. So our goal as we talk in this space and as my advocacy, I'm only online for one goal, and that is black majority state rule. Because I know, just like that fish that was dying in an environment controlled by a white corporation, which America is, that once it was taken out of that environment and put into a loving environment, it was able to flourish and grow and gain strength. And that is what we need. And the only way we can do that is a physical movement, so that we gain control over our entire environment. Everything else, in my personal opinion, is really secondary to that. Because you cannot fix yourself in an environment where they have total control, no matter how hard you try. We've been trying our entire time here. Our trying accelerated through the civil rights movement. And we've been trying to fix it from the inside for the last 60 plus years. It cannot happen that way. It is impossible for it to happen that way unless we become the majority population across the entire nation. We must have control. That is the only thing. Because otherwise, we're just going to keep banging our head up against walls, a million different people doing a million different things. And oftentimes, busy work looks like progress on an individual level or even on a community level, but it doesn't affect 90% of our population as a mass, and we need massive movements that actually can affect our entire population. And that's what the book is about. That's what we advocate about. That's what Black American Homeland is here. That is the solution. Yes, we're going to have political parties. If we control 8 states, there can be 8 different black political parties. So be it. The point is, we have to be able to control our entire environment, not have influence over the process, not sit around believing that we decide who the king is going to be of the country, because they have 4 years in office. Senators have 6 years in office. And they can do so much damage. Trump did so much damage in the 4 years he was in office. He elected thousands of judges to, well, not even elected, he appointed hundreds, if not thousands, of conservative justices to the federal court system. He changed the complexion of the Supreme Court, which will be dealing with this conservative court for the next few decades, if not longer. So they can do all the damage that they need to do in one election cycle on a national level. Having influence or making the decision to get someone in office is not power. Having a black governor who has black legislators and a black attorney general and 2 black American senators and black U.S. reps who are all working together as a team is real power. That's not influence. That's you having the power in your hands to do the things that you must do to protect your population. And there's nothing that white society can do to stop it. So we have to move to a different level of thinking in order to be successful as black Americans in this country. I love everybody who's working, who has ideas, who's moving, who's doing everything that they're doing. I support it. But ultimately, if we continue doing the same thing, even in a different way, it's still going to have the same result. we actually have to do something completely different in a very radical way so that we can actually get a completely different result. Mr. Marcus had his hands up.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for having me in the space. I just joined because I was looking for a group like this. But I guess for me, like, I kind of want to go back to a molecular level. I agree with everyone's points. Everyone's saying some good stuff, productive things. But I really believe that we have to bring the Black family back together. Just personally, I feel like, the political power is important and we need it all. But we got to bring Black families back together. And I'm not sure of everyone else's familial situation, but mine is pretty scattered right now. Like, my family don't talk to each other, but we'll post on Instagram, or we'll be on Twitter, or we'll be in these spaces that we don't own. You know what I mean? Like, and I think about even what you were saying, brother, about having control. I'm all for that, because when I think about even what Judge was saying about the Black dollar, it's like when you think about it, it's like our first mind is always to go spend with the other. You get what I'm saying? And I think there has to be a reprogramming of our people. Like, for example, during the 60s, when our ancestors would go and our grandparents would go to boycott or to perform, the resistance, they actually had camps where they would train how to respond when somebody walked up to you and blew cigarette smoke in your face and all. And I feel like that level of discipline is what's missing from our people. And I understand, like, not bringing the negativity to it, but the reality is like, you can't describe a zebra without its stripes. And the reality is, for our people, is we live and we breathe and we sleep in negativity a lot of the times, and we call it culture because that's what we know. And until we get the elders in place, we get the fathers in place, the mothers in place, the siblings in place, who have the knowledge, who can begin to help deprogram us like we're doing in this space, the outlook is always going to be the glass is half empty. So I think when we talk about political power, we talk about these, I agree with what's being said. I'm not going against it in no way, shape, or form. But I also believe that it's been calculated on how, even going back to the concept of Black people being able to serve in the military, it's calculated how little things were done to break down our family unit to the point now where, the kids pretty much are running the house, in the sense of they're doing what they want to do. And that's kind of what the brother Kevin was saying. Like, he's talking to these kids and they want to go get the fast money. Well, they want to do that because a lot of these kids don't have Black homes. They don't see a Black father and a Black mother, or two spiritual parents that they can, like a Kevin, like what he's doing with that work, where they can connect with that. And I think that's wildly problematic. And I think more can be done to intentionally speak out about this and say, Black people, like, we got to start in the house, and we got to do all this other stuff too. But we also got to, like, counter these images. Like, last thing I'll say, I could talk forever, but the last thing I'll say is, I talk to my girlfriend all the time about representation. And I know people are tired of that word because it's been weaponized. But, like, we all have stories of how we would turn on our TV and we wouldn't see us. We don't see ourselves in strong positions until Black Panther. You know what I mean? And before that, it was Meteor Man. So it's like, I'm not talking about entertainment. I'm simply saying the programming that's going on when we turn on our televisions or our phones or whatever, and we don't see us in positions of power. And what I see, my observation is, now we're starting to move more towards communities that we feel are progressive. So I'm not putting nobody down, but the LGBT community, we're seeing more of our people say, I'm part of that community, because they feel like that community represents progress. To the point where when you say, nah, brother, nah, sister, like, we Black first, you have a mob of people saying, well, how dare you say that? And it's just kind of like, But you do understand that when you go to those spaces, they get their rights, they get what they're looking for, and then you're often left out of the history. You're often left out of the benefits. So that's why I agree. It's like we need our own, and it starts at the home. It starts when we got to reprogram our minds and continue to, I say continue, because there are people doing the work, but we have to continue to do the work, because right now we on the visual aspect, we getting killed, man. We getting slaughtered. And that's why a lot of these kids are turning to these things because of that. So I'll stop there, but I just wanted to share that.
Hey, thank you, man. I agree wholeheartedly with the communication and or lack of communication within some of our families. I've got a really big family. From what I understand, there were 15. My mother had 15 siblings. I believe her mother had 15 plus siblings. And we are scattered all across the country for the most part, you know. So we supposed to have annual family reunions, but COVID sort of interrupted that. There were a few deaths that we couldn't attend, had to attend those virtually. But yeah, getting family together, having discussions, communicating, staying in touch. Again, so in my opinion, from my experience, it's another function of white society. Because you have individuals who are trying to survive, trying to earn a living, trying to take care of their family, et cetera, et cetera. Right now, a lot of my family's concentrated in Texas. I had a few relatives who moved from California to Texas recently. And so you end up chasing opportunities. You know, even though they had opportunities in California for whatever reason, there's just this exodus out of California for a lot of people. And then, like you said, in terms of the representation in the movies and TV, I'm someone who does not watch TV. I do go to movies a lot because that's something I've done my whole life. Something about the big screen for me is something that I'm attracted to. It's like an escape for me. But I don't watch TV at all. So at any time I'm in a restaurant and I glance at these TV commercials, I'm usually really shocked at what I see because I'm not being indoctrinated by it. But every once in a while, every few months, I'll see a commercial at a restaurant. I'm just like, wow, what is going on? I couldn't imagine someone who was in a coma for 5 years, 10 years, waking up and just even watching TV, how much of a shock it would be to them. But again, as a function of a black majority state where you can support a black focused media corporation to produce positive content that not only had representation but actually, you know, was designed to benefit black families, you know, and support us as a people, that can be broadcast throughout the state, and then you could actually broadcast it around the planet if need be. But just an alternative to what is on the TV channel for people who do watch that. So yeah, I mean, I agree. I think at the end of the day, while it would certainly be beneficial for us to connect on a family level, I think society makes it difficult because, especially now, we're in this inflationary cycle. We are headed towards a recession, even, and possibly a depression, which mirrors the last century. There was the roaring 20s that led into the Great Depression. I personally feel we are in a time loop, and it's very likely that we may head into some type of financial collapse. And so, you know, everybody's struggling. No matter how much money you got, you're working 2 jobs, you got a side hustle. You know, you're just working to put food on the table, to keep your bills current, whatever the case may be. If you own a business, you're working extra hard 7 days a week, oftentimes. So it makes it difficult for families to kind of get together or whatever the case, because ironically, back in the 60s, 70s, where a father, a provider, could work a 40-hour work week and provide enough to take care of his family. Today it's just not like that. You need 2 incomes, possibly 3 incomes, and that just makes it just puts so much pressure on us, man. Yeah, it's man, we're just hit it. We're hit it. Go for it.
No, one thing I'll just say, can I ask your name too? Because I want to make sure that I'm respectful and, or what you like to be called.
Hey, you can call me Frederick. This is Black American Homeland. You can call me Frederick.
Okay, cool. I just want to address people, by their name. But no, I agree with that. And what came to mind was, we need everybody. Like, meaning, if a black person's passion is, I'm just making this up, but like, I'm gonna knit sweaters that have historical facts on it. That's what you've been called to do. And I just think where the conversation can get watered down is back to the word ego, where it's like, I wouldn't say ego, but it's the feeling that your purpose is greater than someone else's. Like, no, we need this. And it's like, we need it all because we're being attacked on all fronts. And that's the challenging part. And one thing I thought about as I listened and I really was taking in what you were saying was it's so deep what the situation we're in that we have to begin to break down. I don't like to say white supremacy because there's nothing supreme about it. The white terrorism that has been terrorizing our people since we got here and before we got here, and those who are already here, we have to go to a molecular level because, brothers and sisters, like, the way we live is even molded after a European lifestyle. We're not Europeans. We are tribal people, meaning we thrive in community. And that's why there's such a resistance to keep our community apart, because they understand that when we come together, the internet was they didn't expect the internet to happen. That was the internet has become an equilibrium because now we can have spaces like this where it's like, yeah, we don't all agree, but we can connect and say, hey, you know what? My family may not understand what I'm talking about, but this brother and sister over here who's genuine or compassion or passionate about what they say, they get where I'm coming from. Let's exchange information and let's build, right? And I think when you talk about the black state, the reason why I'm for that is because we have to mold the black state or the black political party with the ancestral knowledge and ancestral practices. I understand everybody's ancestors are not directly from Africa. Some people are from the Caribbean and in America, indigenous roots. But we have to arm our parties with the ancestral knowledge to help move us forward, because we're eating European diets, which is affecting our mood, our behavior, our attitudes. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just say, hey, brother, I don't agree with you. Well, fuck you then. Like, whoa, hold on, bro. I'm just saying I don't agree with you. But what we don't see is that brother ate McDonald's before he came to the session. You see what I'm saying? So it's like we have to begin to break down on a molecular level, changing our diets, even the way we live. When we look at our ancestors with African archaeology or indigenous archaeology, apartment complexes weren't a thing. Because apartment complexes only promote individualism on a psychological level. You don't know who your neighbors are. You don't feel comfortable going next door to your neighbor and say, hey, can I borrow some sugar? Whereas if we build communal architecture, where it's like we all have a compound, which is why owning land is important, which is why the black state is important. We have an open floor plan where we all see each other and nobody's living above the other person. It's all psychological. So on top of already living, and I don't mean to get too deep on y'all, but like, even when you think about the power that black people have when we put our feet in the dirt, when we're talking about on a biology level, how they make cement streets on purpose. so we can't put our feet in the earth. How they make us, you know what I'm saying? So it's all by design. So sometimes what I hear from spirit, what the ancestors channel through me is like, it's like, man, the progress is like, yeah, we could talk about these things and we should, and we need to keep making progress. So I'm not putting it, but also it's like back to the home. Because if the mind is gone, because you eating a European diet, how can we get out in the world and how can we progress? Back to your point, what was just said about the house and the family not getting together. We need to be close to our family. If you have a family that you can talk to and there's not a lot of drama and hey, we need to be close to our family, especially because you said there's a recession coming and a possible depression coming, and we get hit the hardest as Black people. And we already the most unemployed people in the nation. So I'll stop there, but I just feel like we need family. That's what I'm saying. We need each other like we're doing now. And we need to continue to build Black business and support Black business and create that infrastructure. So I'll stop there.
I want to chime in real quick before I get out of there because I want to get some rest. I gotta get up and get these kids in the morning. But I love everything that y'all doing. I love everybody's input, and it gave me more input and ideas and things I want to add to what I'm doing. My mission is to go ahead and deal with this youth because they running around like terrorists in my city. They got the white supremacist mentality where they hate Negroes, they hate niggas, and they hate themselves. So I have no choice but to get off of Twitter and to be in the street doing what I'm doing like I've been doing. And hopefully before I pass and leave this earth, the young men that I've touched and molded and mentored and that is continuing to bring along the other ones, I hope it manifests and grow. And y'all have soldiers ready that's already put together to get into that. But I'm off of here. I'm going to continue to do my groundwork and do what I got to do. I'm not getting discouraged. I'm not getting anything. I'm relentless. I'm intentional and deliberate with the love for my youth, my people, and the mentality of how we going to change it. And I want to say this one final thing, because this is what I deal with every day with my youth. They taking on the mentality of the white supremacists where they only hate themselves and their people. And until I get through to them, we're gonna have a fight within ourselves forever. And that's my focus. And that's what I'm doing. And I bless you. I wish y'all all peace and prosperity.
Before you go, Kevin, can I ask you a question about the youth and your situation? Oh, you broke out. All right. Well, I was going to ask you, did you have a solution? Or did he break out? He don't want to hear. All right.
Yeah, he's gone. He's gone.
Yeah. And you know, it's unfortunate, and it's one of our struggles, and I just have to navigate. It's like one of our biggest issues. Let me say this to you, and I'm going to say this to the room. I want to say this to the room. Like, one of the biggest issues, and you guys, when I talk, I stutter because I don't want to offend anybody. Okay, and I recognize in these spaces I have to be very careful on how I speak. A lot of times I come in these spaces and people, they look down on what y'all call the bourgeoisie, the successful professional Black people. They think that the professional successful Black people don't love Black people. They don't care about Black people, and that's not the case. I think one of the concerns or the struggles is trying to communicate with one another. And I'm a different kind of person, so I'm gonna go extra. I love Black people, so I realize it's going to be a struggle, and I have to try harder. But a lot of successful, because one of the things in this country is that we believe, when I come in these spaces here, Clubhouse, in some places on Instagram, Black is synonymous with poor or ignorant. And I hate to tell y'all, but Black women are the most educated person in America. Black people are not poor. Black people are educated and they're professional and they're making big strides. And I'm not talking about celebrities and athletes. Black people are doing big things. They don't oftentimes, you don't find them in these spaces because they're working and they're living their lives and they're trying to live their lives. I think they had because what happens is I hear people who are not so successful, who are living check to check, they want to verbally attack successful Black people. And that's one of the issues that they have, is that they have trouble communicating. And some of them, like, you know what? I'm just gonna say, I'm not gonna fuck with that nigga. He ain't trying to do nothing. Like, why y'all saying, like, they don't want to work, they don't want to put in the work, they don't want to go the extra mile. They want immediate gratification, and that's how they see each other. When that's not the case. I mean, I'm very observant of Black people, and there's some smart, intelligent, hardworking leaders. I just think y'all keep talking about family this and family that. We are family as a unit. We have to start seeing each other in positive eyes. What I think oftentimes happens is that Black people are seeing each other through the eyes of European people. Okay, I'm not a problem.
Hey, Judge, you asked Kevin to come back, so he's in the room. I don't want to hold him up.
He was saying that he has all these youths.
Yeah. So we support Kevin 100%. He's actually on the ground in Philadelphia, where the murder rate is extremely high, poverty is high, and he's actually, in touch with the youth out there, trying to save as many young Black men's lives as he can. So you asked him to come back. He came back. I don't want to hold up his time.
No, I wonder, because I heard him say, what I keep hearing him say is that he has this problem. And what I want to ask him is, like, how is he trying to get through? What's your solution? What are you doing to change? Because what I heard you say is Black people, that these kids got the same mentality as white supremacists. They hate themselves and they hate each other. Okay? And I've heard people talk about that things. Oh, immediate gratification, cars, clothes, whatever. Kevin, what drove you? Was it cars and clothes that drove you? Or was it integrity? Being a better person, being a best shoe. See, that's the problem, is that they try to dangle these things in front of these kids instead of teaching them integrity. They need to teach them how to love themselves. Excuse me?
Can I answer your question?
Absolutely.
Yes. What I'm doing for the children, because my drive for it, like I said, at 9, I found out my parents are on crack. And at 9, I assumed responsibilities as an adult, which I had 3 younger children, 3 little girls. So I had to learn how to make bottles, change Pampers, cook food. I had to do a lot of things starting at the age of 9. So through all of my life, in trials and tribulations, I still went to school every day, got an education. I also dug into the roots and dig in the past and find out how they survived in the times that they were going through, such as slavery on plantations, through Jim Crow, through the Civil Rights era, things like that. So I know that my people, with less, have done more than I was doing at the time of my life. So my motivation is to empower them with what we already have in us, your potential. So I'm talking to them about what's already been done, what's already been put against us, and what we're going on. Now, when I say the young men have the white supremacist mentality, now my example to them is to show them back in the 30s and 40s, when your Black mothers would send their children to the store, and the white children or the white people in the neighborhood would come up to them, "Hey, nigga, what you doing around here, nigga? Who you from? You know what I'm saying?" They question them, they surround them, they want to fight them and destroy them. And this is the same mentality that the young Black youth have on each other in our communities. When the young Black kids are going to the store and they're in the neighborhood they just moved in, and young Black kids running up on them, "Who you, nigga? What you doing around here, nigga?" Things like that. So I'm trying to show them through imagery that their mentality is not their own. How could we say that we're the only ones that use the word to degrade us? So we gotta change the mentality. We not niggas and hoes, niggas and bitches. We kings and queens. So I'm looking at mentality. I'm looking at pedigree, heritage, tradition. What we had to do in the midst of so much terrorism, that now our terrorists are our own. So in my city, all the young men are running around with pistols, whether they're registered or not. All my young men are running around with total disregard for women, children, elderly, authority. They don't care about education, because the moment they put together a 16 line paragraph that rhymes, they're gonna get a check, and then they're gonna go on YouTube and put up videos with all of the guns and all the violence. And this is like a criminal thing. So now they gang banging, they criminals, they going out of jail, and they got a total disrespect for respect and authority and everything else. So my way of approach, being that I come from that, and I'm I felt like I went past my judgment. Death at 18, death at 21, death at 25. You can't graduate high school. You're not going to college. You're not doing these things. I've done all these things. No support. I was homeless up until I went to college. Still going to school. Still doing these things. So a lot of things that I'm talking to, I'm not reading from the book. I'm not going from anything. I'm going off of what actually worked just for me, because they're all in my same situation, most of them. And now the new drug now is pills, perk 30s and things like that. It's not, it's not so much as far as the crack. It's now a new thing so the youth can get more involved into the drug epidemic and everything. So I'm looking for extracurricular activities that was taken away, summer jobs that was taken away, middle schools that was closed in some of these areas that's highly black populated, that they don't have after school programs and summer jobs and stuff like that. So, I'm trying to incorporate what actually worked for some of us during the crack epidemic that helped some of us get out of it, incorporate into them now. So, my whole approach is to let them understand how much potential and power they have. And the reason why they're so good at the bad is because they're focusing their energy on the wrong things. So, it's enlightenment, it's empowerment, I can't tell them it's going to be easy. I can't tell them that, those nights where you're not going to have this, you're not going to have that is going to be easy, because some people don't want to go through that. Some people are going through it and are tired of it, and they're looking for immediate fix. It ain't even going to last long. So I'm trying to speak more into enlightenment, what you can do, and during this time with the resources that are available for you. And a lot of them don't even know none of this stuff even exists, because they're in a 4 block radius and they're trying to survive within that. So my approach, like I said, is to enlighten them and empower them on what is available for them and what's available for me, and what they should do, and the routes that we took in, and the dead ends that most of them are going to lead to. And I am reaching them. And the numbers are growing from 3 to 5 to 12 to 16. I was using sports as a way to get them to use camaraderie, team sport strategy, to take a loss, to fail at something. And even if it was minuscule, small, it's missing a shot or not making the play right, we still got to, hey, don't worry about it. Let's go. Keep uplifting. You got, it's got to show some type of enlightenment, empowerment to them, because they're being neglected. So they're angry, they're frustrated, they've been put with a lot of responsibility before they could even understand what they got to go and what they got to do. So it is a lot missing outside of the home for a lot of these black women and boys and girls. And I'm not calling my sisters, because the sisters are very powerful just as much as we are, if not powerful. And I don't want them to separate, because there's so much that's going on. So that's my method of reaching the youth, because I'm focused on the youth.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin, I heard you and I appreciate you, and I appreciate you. But can I say to you, I want to say this to you. Trust that they do want to do better.
Oh, I know.
They do. They just not sure they can. And this is the point that I keep trying to make. Because they want to do better, but they have to believe that they can. If it's going to be hard, it's this and it's negative, that's when they throw in a towel. They have to believe that they can do and be what they want to be. You understand what I'm saying? And before I let you go, let me say this to you, because I'm a critical thinker, and I always think about my own, how I think and feel about stuff. What my people need to recognize, what they have to think about. We have been living in this country under strenuous conditions. Is it possible how we're thinking and how we perceive things could be flawed based on our condition? Do you understand what I'm saying? That's why you have to, when you think of something, when in the beginning, I wasn't trying to disrespect you or not hear you. I was trying to let you explain how we framing it. When you frame it a certain way, in a positive way, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, we call it the
and let me tell you, I don't live in the hood. I haven't been in the hood. I haven't lived in the hood. I've been in the upper middle class area for over 25 years. I was building a business and I started driving Uber and Lyft. I was driving Uber and Lyft to build my business. I would go to the hood. I'm in Los Angeles. I would go to South Central to drive because Uber and Lyft would pay me extra money if I hit a certain number. In the hood, I got a lot of quick rides. Them kids would sit in my car and talk to me, and they were brilliant. Do you hear me? They were brilliant children, smart children. They was, and this is what hurts me. Each one of them would sit in my car, and I would hear them say how they, in a certain way, they want to do better. They want to be better. They want to do better. They would, and I would listen to them rationalize and tell me their story, and I could hear they were smart thinkers. They were good problem solvers, but they were broken. And they were talking about their families and fighting and with their man or their mothers and their friends. But they were intelligent people and they wanted to do better. Do you hear what I'm saying?
And I grew up in a community, and when crack hit, it turned into a hood. So when I stopped going, when I was going to black-owned stores and black this and black that, it was a community. It wasn't a hood. It became a hood when we wasn't loving each other and we separated and we all worried about I. So I totally hate the hood. I don't love the hood. I don't respect the hood. I don't rep the hood. You understand what I'm saying? I come from a community. It was a community. We had tradition. We had heritage. We had things that we did year around, no matter who was involved, because you had to continue on what was going on because it kept the community together. But once that broke down and crack took hold of everything, it became the hood. And I'm still been in this hood thriving and failing all at the same time. So, I'm going to continue on with what I'm doing.
Word. And
You ready.
So it goes back to family.
That's right. And they need to be acknowledged. They need to be acknowledged. They need to be acknowledged and encouraged for what they're doing. And they're not being done about it. It's not being done by their peers. So it has to be done by someone. I was taught that way, and I'm going to continue to pass it along.
I really appreciate you. Thank you for loving Black people, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Kevin. Absolutely, 1,000%. So I'm going to read a little bit more out of the book, unless someone else has something to say. We got Gabriel Proser in the building, and we also got Young Crypto in the building, and Miss Georgia always hanging in with us. Love to see her in here. And so if anybody like to come up, please do. But I'm gonna read another page in the book and keep this conversation moving. So exploitation of the Black race ends now. We will not give any credence to nor acknowledge any argument that disgracefully attempts to reframe and blame African, Indigenous, or Native Americans in any way, shape, or form, or any part of the transatlantic slave trade. Nor will we be sucked into any agreement that any non-white, non-European ethnic group had any power or authority to commit the atrocities of genocide against the West African tribes exploited and decimated by enslavement in America, as well as acknowledging the absolute unforgettable extermination of indigenous, Native American, Caribbean natives, and South Americans in the white Anglo-Euro-American thirst for power, gold, land, and using the Christian religion as their core excuse and authority for murdering and infecting with deadly viruses tens of millions of human beings in the quote-unquote undiscovered by Europeans only, but culturally diverse, thriving Western Hemisphere. So when I wrote that, I really, look, no, we're not going to blame these African tribes for the slave trade. And this was 4 years ago. My research in the time in between I've written this book and today has really exposed the fact that there was an actual market. There was a slave market that was under the full control of several African tribes. I post every once in a while, I'll come across this information, but probably a month or so ago, I think it might have been Atlantic Black Stars. It's one of those black content, websites. But I believe they had a list of 10 tribes that profited specifically from the trade of African individuals into enslavement. And they controlled the trade to the point that the Europeans never actually set foot, more than a few 100 feet off of the seashore. And they didn't, because they didn't want the Europeans to come into their territory and I guess get a strategic, advantage from witnessing what was going on in there. So they really, really held their territory and prevented the Europeans from coming in that way. So again, when I wrote the book originally, this information was not as clear to me as it is today. So I do want to acknowledge the fact that this was a very demonic partnership between some African tribes. There's over 3,000 tribes in Africa. So this was really centered around maybe a dozen or so tribes that used the slave trade to build enormous wealth at the time in particular, and actually rounded up and more than likely captured either their enemies, people that they didn't like or didn't get along with. Many say that they had a different understanding of what enslavement was to be, that it was more thought of as indentured servitude, versus what it ended up being here in America. So there's that to kind of, I guess, understand. But they did profit. They profited directly. I posted a story of, I think his name was Gezo, some king who, when visited by European dignitaries, had a ditch dug and he decapitated over 100 human beings and poured their blood into this ditch so that he could literally take a bloodbath in front of these Europeans. And it was a display of his power and authority. And this was written in a newspaper. The Europeans looked at that and thought it was so savage, I think is the word that they used, that they felt that they were actually saving. They were being much more merciful to the black people that they enslaved, the Africans they were enslaving. They felt like they were rescuing them from that fate, which is, I mean, we know how white degeneracy works, and we know that they manipulate information for their own justification on how they move in this country. But that was very startling to read that and to just, God, to try to understand why someone would do that. It was a celebration of his birthday, I believe, or something to that effect. So so that part of the book needs some updating and some added information just to get it, fully up to date in terms of what I know now. But it says, you are an ignorant Nazi asshole in the fullest meaning of alt-right racist conspirator if you attempt to defend any white American action by blaming the very people afflicted by your European ancestors' savage and barbaric, pedophilic, butcherous, xenophobic genocide. White America, you inherited stolen land, stolen wealth, false authority, systemic white privilege, and or black blood dripping on your ancestors' corrupt white fingertips. Their criminal dehumanization of stolen African indigenous humanity stains your very existence. To do anything but accept, acknowledge, and condemn the actions of your past is to simply align yourself with neo-Nazis and the xenophobic violence that has become your eternal connection to the same mental conditioning as the majority of whites who stood by and did absolutely nothing to help prevent those atrocities from happening in the first place. You can't hide behind ignorance of the law or ignorance of how your white family's wealth was achieved, nor can you deny the historical benefits of uncompensated black labor and taxation to the U.S. government treasury coffers, which financed the construction of roads, bridges, infrastructure, and the enormous footprint of U.S. government buildings and military equipment, etc. transparent attempt to deflect all responsibility away from their own explicit and direct culpability in the engineering, execution, planning, organization, management, and profiting from 400 years of racial oppression and centuries of uncompensated manual labor and criminal prisoner of war inhumane living conditions. So even knowing now that there were, up to a dozen tribes who were actively involved in this trade, the reality of it is, much like the drug trade in America that we just discussed not too long ago, the environment for that to occur was created by the Europeans. Remove the Europeans and the transatlantic slave trade never would have happened, although there is documentation that there was an Arab slave trade of Africans into, that part of the world, the eastern hemisphere of the planet. This western hemisphere, Atlantic slave situation may have never occurred if not for the Europeans. So even with the complicity of these African tribes, these kings who were active in it, profiting from it, it wouldn't have existed if not for the Europeans. Blaming minor dictators for an institution which was so deeply embedded in the fabric of the history of America, America would not exist without it. All of these irrational and irrelevant excuses only further expose the true hatred which exists in this country, from the highest levels all the way down to the lowest valleys of Appalachia. The U.S. Pentagon and its conglomerate of military generals essentially operate as an unelected global institution of dictatorship, dictating the future threat of war to any country that decides to go against their intricate plans for economic and natural resource exploitation of their non-European sovereign lands. Your hands are drenched with the blood of tens of millions of innocent stolen African indigenous lives. Even if your white great-great-grandparents never owned slaves but invested, worked, or paid U.S. taxes, even if they were poor white citizens and allowed their white children to play with black children, even if your white family migrated to America long after slavery existed, you all continue to benefit from the blood of black slaves. You are all responsible for the plight of the black American. You all bear the burden. You all must pay. And I just posted, because we were talking about it, so I did actually post it. And so I'm going to bring that up, that in the Blackboard up here, up at the top. But essentially, let me get to this thing real quick. Okay, here we go. Space. Okay, yeah, so between 1846 and 1940, the U.S. government brought in 55 million Europeans into this country. 1846 to 1940. 55 million Europeans came into this country. This is why Black Americans are the oldest ethnic population, second only to the Native Americans, of course, that exist in this country. We have the oldest consistent population in this country, second only to Native Americans, because, as I said earlier, the original British, who were under British rule for, I guess, the first couple hundred years of this country, or have all died off for the most part. They may still have a few, legacy relatives that still exist from those original Europeans that came over here, but they've essentially been replacing themselves by immigration, by bringing over Europeans over into the country. And then also in this post it says another 39 million immigrants since 1965 have come into this country, and that's a total of over 94 million immigrants brought into this country. Now, the one distinction they make is that since 1965, most of these immigrants have been Latin American, Mexican, and or Asian. However, there is still a robust European immigration that comes into the country. Arabs, of course, coming into the country. And so this is how America has been operating. And this is why I've recently, when I've been looking at national politics, and I've looked at how they sort of have this weird relationship when you talk about immigration, especially the Democrats, but I also see it in the Republicans as well. And this particular bit of information explains why that is. Often they'll say we're a nation of immigrants. You hear that a lot. Oh, we're a nation of immigrants. We're a nation of immigrants. And I always thought that was weird. Like, it's kind of weird that they say that. But the reality is that much of their population even is through immigration. To sustain their population has been through immigration. So that's something that we all kind of really gotta get wrap our heads around, at least to understand and appreciate it. Talk about illegal immigration and ways of limiting that part. But there's legal immigration that we can't. There's absolutely nothing you can do. If someone comes in the country legally, they get their, they become naturalized or dual citizenship, whatever they call it. They're a full functioning American citizen. The only thing that they probably can't do is become president of the country. But they can become a governor. I mean, there's really no limits other than the presidency, from what I understand. Vice presidency, but they can probably be a member of the cabinet. They could be a senator. They could be a U.S. rep. So that's something just to understand the way this system works is they supplement their population through immigration, and we know a lot of these Hispanics declare themselves as white, and I think it's like 50% of them declare themselves as white. So they assimilate into the white population, and that's how they're going to keep their numbers as high as they possibly can for a majority rule. So I'll keep going a little bit here. If your white ancestors did not actively protest and work to dissolve the industries of stolen African and indigenous humanity on a daily basis, or risk their lives in emancipating runaway slaves, they did profit from the institution of slavery, even if it only meant paying 50% less for cotton clothing that a black family could never have afforded, as 365 days a year, sun up to sundown, black labor was uncompensated, unappreciated, and due to your white family's fancy new cotton clothes purchase, slavery was encouraged, promoted, normalized, and profitable to white society as a whole. Oftentimes, when you talk to people and they say, oh, the South, and I think I'm going to go a little bit into the North, how the North made money, but they try to focus it on the South. It was only in the South, and then they'll say, well, only a few people owned, other human beings. And those may be somewhat factual, at an individual level, but the reality is the entire society benefited in one way, shape, form, or another. The entire society, except for black people, the entire white society benefited from the collective uncompensated labor of black people in this country under enslavement. In 1860, the U.S. cotton crop represented over 60% of U.S. exports, supplying up to 90% of the cotton needed by France, Britain, Russia, and Germany. There's a YouTube graphic that shows the United States, well, even before it was the United States, when it was just a colony, it shows Great Britain. And it has India and China. And it was either India or China that was the number one economy on the planet. They sort of were flip-flopping for a while. Britain was like number 3. And then it's like a really fast, sped up timeline. But you get to see the United States move up this GDP of all of these nations very, very quickly until they get on top. And this is all the result of this uncompensated labor. Not only that, but the value of Black Americans as a commodity in this country was more valuable than most all industries in America combined. They borrowed money, so they used Black Americans as collateral for loans, insurance. They had this thing where they transferred in terms of death. They would transfer, just like property, unfortunately, Black human beings down to their heirs. And oftentimes, if when they would marry into a family, the white male, if he had slaves, he would bring them over to the female. Oftentimes, the female was wealthy and she had her own slaves. The white male would take control over her slaves while they were married until death, and then they would, through wills, transfer ownership over these human beings to their children or whatever other people. So this thing was so demonic and so orchestrated. That's why there are all of these records. And people say it's hard to do the lineage. It's not hard. It's just you gotta take some time and effort. And there are a lot of professionals who are making a lot of money doing genealogy today. That Blackstone company that I believe buys up a lot of real estate around the country recently bought Ancestry.com because they understand how important and valuable those records are. That's why it's probably very important, if you haven't done a genealogy yet, to get yourself back into the mid 1800s. Now is the time to do it. I believe I'm very close to getting down to like 1830. And even if this timeline that I've researched and turns out to be accurate, it actually is a log of people who were owned by this I think his name was Faircloth, I believe was the name of the family, Faircloth. But in the 40s, 50s, whatever, he may have had 10 people that he owned, and then within a few decades it was up to like 60. Which is, all of it's demonic and horrible, but these are the records that I'm able to find even through Ancestry.com. So there's a lot of information out there. The only problem was then it's just first names. I believe when a lot of our people were emancipated, they either took on the last name of the family that they were with, or they may have created their own. So that's how sometimes it becomes a little difficult. But when they get married, you have a marriage record that shows the connection between, you can actually follow first names back into a time when there weren't any last names. So you kind of got to connect the dots in that way. Yeah, but that timeline, that YouTube timeline, if you ever get a chance to watch it, it only takes a couple of minutes, but you see the U.S. just rise up, the GDPs, boom, boom, boom. It's like flips. You just see it flip, flip, flip. You see the numbers growing, and then you see the United States is climbing up this ladder until they eventually become the number one economy on the planet, and they've been that way ever since.
What was the name of that video?
It's the rise. I posted it. It's like the rise of the U.S. Economy, GDP. I want to say you probably want to go back to, it might be like the 1700s maybe. If I can, I'll try to look for it. And then at any rate, I'll find it and I'll DM you. If you don't find it, just let me know.
All right. I remember seeing something similar when I was looking at a video called "The Largest Cotton Producers in the World," and it went back to the 1700s, and America started taking off in the cotton industry around the early 1800s, and it took over like 1820, 1830, 1840. Yeah, it was really interesting.
Okay, I found it. It's called, and it's on YouTube. It's called Top 15 Countries by GDP, and it's from 1600 to 2019. And so, yeah, so the U.S. wasn't even a country at the time, but once they come on the scene, and as I'm looking at it now,
you see China, India, they're pretty high up back in the early days.
Well, this is the Great Ming Empire and the Mughal Empire, which I think those both are Asian countries. Yeah. So I mean, this goes way back. You know what I mean? Like
the Ming Dynasty, that's China.
Yeah, China and the Mughal Empire. Those both might be in China, from what I can tell. But you see the Ottoman Empire. Again, these are things that don't even exist anymore. But Prussia doesn't. I mean, most of the stuff doesn't even exist anymore in the beginning. But yeah, I'll send you the DM no matter what, so you can have it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so let me get back to the reading part here. So this was creating enormous wealth for northern and southern cotton corporations alike, as well as financing the buildup of American military defense armories prior to the Civil War. The savings and investment into white banks by white American slaveholders, white cotton textile manufacturers, and every accessorial business to the black slave trade gave other white families the ability to borrow money to purchase land, property, open businesses, etc. This ungodly financial relationship extended to all aspects of white society, ultimately creating the economic financial force to fund the Industrial Revolution, and much of its financial backing can be directly traced to the evil institution of stolen African indigenous human slavery. You are all guilty, 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 guilty. So the north part of America had textile industry was really, really big, and all of their materials came from the south. So whether they were jeans, clothing, whatever the case may be, tobacco was grown, rice was grown. There were some other crops, but cotton was quote unquote king. And the northern place where all the factories were at, they would produce clothing. They would sell in America, but they also would ship overseas, and you had raw materials going overseas as well. So it was a whole system. The whole country benefited, and all of the industries surrounding it benefit, and even ones that we can't even think of, or would necessarily, like even restaurants. That's a feeder business. Anytime you put, like in Mason, Tennessee, where Ford is building that plant somewhere near there, a lot of people don't think about all of the accessorial businesses that are created and generated from something so massive being in close proximity. But you'll end up with places that produce parts. They might do painting for cars. They might paint the bumpers. They might produce chips. They might do seats or leather seats or steering wheels. They might do just the bolts, and those are just accessory businesses that are directly related to servicing that plant. But also you got the grocery stores, you got movie theaters, you got construction companies that are building housing, and electrical companies. You got all of this infrastructure that is accessible to the main engine in industry, and that's what the enslavement and uncompensated labor in America was for all of these other industries. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna stop right there. That's page 52. Because then we go into like this Freedmen Bureau information after that a little bit, but so I'm gonna stop reading there. We can start fresh next time right there, and just open it up for conversation. There's only a couple of us in the room right now, so we can just have an open discussion now.
Yeah, you know what, the way, what they taught teaching in college and everything about you want cheap labor, you want a large consumer population, you large labor population. I mean, I think that's the number one thing that America. What's that word I'm looking for? That's the most important thing to America. It's a large consumer market and a large labor force. And the cheaper the labor force is, the better.
Absolutely. Cheaper labor force, more profit. I think there may have been a time, and this may be a little naive and or revisionist, but I think there may have been a time, and we weren't in control of any of it. But there may have been a time where, like, even where Henry Ford and most of us understand that the black man George Washington Carver actually designed his assembly line. But that there was a time where these companies seemed to do more for the community. They seemed to, make sure one individual had enough earnings to take care of a family, quote unquote, even with all the unionizing and all the other issues that occurred in America for labor rights for white people, essentially. I guess it just was like a different time, and it seemed like things were different in the way that companies move today. And really, for most of my life, they've been all about profit, 100% about profit, exploitation, sucking as much money out of the community and out of the government as they can. And as far as I can tell, not giving up anything to our community. Now, they may do things in their community, in white communities. I watch our athletes who have all these foundations, and even those seem to go to benefit white neighborhoods. They don't really seem to do anything for the black community. But yeah, I think that's the unfortunate part about the way the corporate structure set up, and they get tax breaks for philanthropy and donating to all these different organizations, blah 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 blah. But it never trickles down to Black America at all.
Yeah, foundations are mostly for tax savings. Paying less taxes. Keeping your assets for it. It's harder to get sued when all your asset is in a foundation. So yeah, that's the only thing the foundation is for.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to get these tax breaks, tax shelters. You set your kid up to be CEO of some nonprofit. Meanwhile, they're still making millions of dollars to the nonprofit. It's all a pyramid scheme for them to stay wealthy, as far as I can tell. And like I said, they more than likely do things to benefit their community, but it just never makes it to us at all. Like in any significant way, you might see one program here, one program there, but it just doesn't change anything. It doesn't move the masses at all. I was in a space where this coach, he's a college level coach. He said he's had a lot of athletes who made it to professional sports come through his programs, and he was explaining how the Pee Wee football leagues and these basketball camps and all of these, like very, very young kids, how these corporations and these colleges really funnel kids that they identify at a very young age into, sports and athletics, and they essentially look at them as commodities. So they funnel them into these special camps so that they're building up their skill level, whatever the case may be. And then they push them through the schools that they want them to go through, before this name, image, and likeness that allowed athletes to actually earn a living. They were funneling money to them by hiring their family members or whatever the case may be. And it's a whole system. And he was really against the way that it's set up. Just probably because of the exploitation that's involved in these very young black athletes. As soon as they recognize them, the scouts or whatever the case may be. So it still exists. It's still, still on those higher levels where the earning potential is really high. They still practice, this system of, it's hard to call millionaires slaves, but someone put out a book about, I think it was an athlete. It was called Millionaire Slaves, Billionaire Owners, or something to that effect. But essentially explaining how these sport leagues are operated like plantation systems, and that probably extends to the sports apparel market, the owners of Nike and Adidas and whatever else is out there, and the way that they operate. As a matter of fact, thinking about that, Colin Kaepernick, who just had a tryout with the Raiders, I believe. Not sure how far that's going to go, but he did get to practice with them, and I guess it was somewhat of a tryout. He said that Nike's valuation went up $6 million while he was signed, to them. And I don't know how far he's taken that, because that's a significant amount of money versus what he got out of them. But it's the same thing with Nike, when they got Michael Jordan and other athletes along their growth process. I think there's a story of how I think it's Magic Johnson turned down a percentage of Adidas at one point in his, and I think he refers to that as one of the biggest mistakes he ever made. He took like maybe $100,000 or something like that versus taking a percentage of the company. So you get situations like that again in areas where they have identified this is a potential future star, and they can see it at a very young age. While these early companies were offering percentages, now I doubt that they're going to give athlete percentage, because they know what the business is worth. Back then, they weren't worth nearly what they are today.
Exactly. Hey, Gray, yeah, it's approaching 1:30 p.m. here. I have 14 minutes. Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, I was ready to start, winding it down here anyway. Let me just go through this blackboard one more time. There's a graphic up here I never saw before. That you posted. It's about 23 smallest states have total population. Did you want to talk about that one? Yeah, let me see. Let me find it. Yeah, I just said that the 23 smallest states has a here you go. The 23 smallest states has a population of 48 million, and that's about the same size as Black Americans' total population. However, the 23 smallest states have 23 governors and 46 U.S. senators, and Black Americans only have 0 governors and 2 Black U.S. senators. So yeah, that's the difference. That's why state power is very important because when you take control of a state, you get a whole system that you control.
Yeah, that's actually a very powerful graphic right there. A very powerful post. This really disputes the argument of all this micro busyness of we're going to build a black party and it's going to be a national party and we're going to influence elections. And goodness gracious, I'm man, it's out to the point where I'm kind of I can't really take that.
Right.
That's so annoying to me. I'm listening out of grace because I want to be graceful with people. I know everybody's at a different place in their understanding of what's going on, but that argument is just so dead to me at this point.
Yeah, look, like Wyoming, right? If you look at this map, it has the population of each state, and I think the smallest is Wyoming. Wyoming has 567,000 people.
Wow.
But that state is more powerful than 50 million Black Americans.
Right, absolutely. Crazy. Man, that's crazy. Because looking at that American readout, you got Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming, and that's about a little bit over 3 million people. That's where they centered, and then they got a little slice of Oregon, a little slice of Washington, but they're really focused on those 3 states. And even if they doubled the population, they took over all the fucking governance of those 3 states. I mean, that is a region right there.
Yeah.
You would assume Utah, being conservative with their religion, they would probably be able to connect up with them. And then you got the Dakotas right there, which those are prime for them. I mean, that's their climate. They could overgrowth into there and or add that to what they want to do. Nebraska's right there. They got a bunch of states that they could put together and all connect it right there.
And you can also add Wyoming, Minnesota, Kansas, Colorado. I mean, there's a lot of Mexicans living in Colorado, but yeah.
Iowa's there. Oregon would be their gateway to the Pacific Ocean for sure.
Right.
Man, that's actually pretty interesting because, again, even if you add up, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, if I add those 8 states up, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's like 10. It's like 11, 12 million people in those 8 states.
Mm-hmm.
That's relatively low in comparison. Georgia has 10 million. Let me try to blow this map up a little bit. Yeah, Georgia has almost 11. North Carolina has almost 11. You're talking about an 8-state region that's almost, in terms of population, comparable to Georgia or North Carolina. Pennsylvania has almost 13 million. So one state of Pennsylvania is equal to 8 states out there. That's a pretty phenomenal graphic right there.
Yeah. You know what? And I kind of thought about that. I said, like, okay, the smallest states in the Rocky Mountain. Let's say Black Americans went to those states like Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska. I mean, that's those states less than 10 million people, and Black Americans, we can easily go to those states and take supermajority But what I didn't like about those states is it's very cold there.
Yeah.
They're landlocked.
Yep.
I think it would take more. What's that word? It would take more skill to live in those northern states because they're cold.
Yeah, they're cold.
The land, the arable land is a little bit more harsher to grow crops. It'll just be harder to live out there.
Yeah, I was gonna say the geography is a little bit different too in some of those states.
Yeah.
Because that's like Rocky Mountain area out there.
Yeah. But to a lot of those white, to your we call those people your redoubt people. Look, they have the skill. They said, look, we can live out there easy.
Yeah, that's their climate. To be honest, they're from the European colder climate. The Russia, you think about Russia and places like that. So that's kind of what they're used to. As long as they stay there and don't cause any problems, I don't have a problem with it. You know what I mean? Like, do what you do. Just leave us alone. Is how I look at it. Okay, all right, everybody. We're gonna go ahead and wind it down here. Black American Homeland's got to jump off, and then we'll just meet back here next Saturday. Jump into some spaces and see what's going on. I try to just listen, and not really be a speaker. To be honest, sometimes it ain't even worth it. But I just try to listen to try to see what people's talking about. But I did send you that YouTube thing. I'm actually going to post it on my timeline, but I sent it to you, so you got it.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Absolutely. Okay. Good night, everybody. God bless. Black State of America. Black Reparations.
Take care,
Yep. Okay. Good night.
All right. I agree. Take care.